bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
That's hot.
So hot right now. It's science.
China!
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
This is from 12 Rules for Life. This is from 12 Rules for Life. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I see that you know your judo well.
Consequences.
Are you not entertained?
Well, it's good to see all you folks once again. Got a whole lot to look at here today. But we must press on into the unknown. Thankfully, we have each other. Better buckle up, Space Fam. Time to take a little journey to the void. Well, what do we got first here? Hold on, let me position my mic. That's better. That's better. Well, gonna start in America, as usual. But first, I think we should talk about our 3 presidents. It's quiet in space today. Too quiet. Oh no, we're under attack. Alright, we're good. We're good. Alright, let's talk about the 3 presidents of the United States of America.
What does that mean to you?
He's already president.
Wait, hold on.
He's already president.
Hold on, we gotta read that sign.
Okay, Trump 24 or before. What does that mean to you?
He's already president. He's already president.
Yes.
Meaning Donald Trump is president now.
He's president
right.
now.
Yeah.
I believe he is.
Okay.
How would that work? Because Joe Biden has been the president, right?
Obama's been the president. Obama said that he would like to run a 3rd term if he could sit in his basement and call the shots, and that's exactly what he's doing.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Jesus Christ.
But you just said that it's Obama's 3rd term, but also that Trump is president.
He's calling the shots of all this mess that's going on right now and all the disasters that he's caused. Yeah.
But how is Obama calling the shots if Trump is still president?
Right.
Obama is sitting back and telling Biden what to do.
What is Biden if he's not the president?
He's a bumbling fool right now.
But why would it matter if Obama was telling Biden what to do if Biden's not president?
Oh boy. That is unfortunate for her. She just fell into a real logic trap there. This is her brain currently.
Say that again.
Why would it matter if Obama was telling Biden what to do if Biden wasn't president?
Jesus Christ. not even paused. They just like she literally just couldn't think because it is a nonsense sort of like view of what's happening right now. I just found that just to be just perfect. So well done. Those glasses, though. Can we talk about the glasses for a second? We just gotta look at these glasses again, because these things are nuts.
Okay,
I mean,
Truck
look at those
24
things.
or
I
before.
wasn't paying attention because I was trying to listen.
What does that mean to you?
But, I mean,
He's
look at
already
these
president.
things.
He's already
Where do you
president.
find these glasses? They don't even have lenses in
Meaning
them.
Donald Trump is president now.
He's president
Or do they
now.
have clear lenses in
believe
them?
he
It's hard
is.
to... Maybe they do.
How would that work? Because Joe
It's
Biden
hard
has
to tell.
been the president, right? It is the
Obama's been the president. Obama said that he would like to run a third term if he could sit in his basement and call the shots, and that's exactly what he's doing.
I think they must light up, too. Do you see them up close? On the close shot? You can kind of see there's like little bulbs in here, maybe? It's like clear plastic. Hard to say. Oh, yes. Hello. Hello, mowing up. Schmeckly. Del Sol Verde. And everybody else, if I missed you. Hello. Anyway, I just needed to go back and look at those glasses. Okay, what's nice? Yeah, let's look at American related things, starting off with gun violence. In fact, that seems to be most of what I have to deal with, aside from some tangentially. But anyway, it was well, not tangentially. I just mean as it goes, it becomes slightly less about that. But got a bunch of videos to watch involving it. This first one was from 6 hours ago, where apparently multiple law enforcement officers were shot in Charlotte. 3 having died and 5 wounded. Let's look at this. Actually, this is from. Let me. I just realized I have 2 of these. I shoved this. I haven't even watched this next one yet. But you know, no, we'll just go through the order I have. Probably just skip ahead quickly after we hit this one. How many likes do you have? Are you getting a free back?
Tell us exactly where you are and what you're seeing.
Hey, John and Jamie, I'm at the media staging area right now. We're at a Family Dollar parking lot off of the plaza, and just to get here, it was very tense. You could see several roadblocks, a lot of cars, police cars, unmarked cars just flying by with their lights on, flashing. So you can sense the urgency all around this area. Now, we are not near the crime scene at all. We can't see anything. We are about a mile away from it, according to my GPS. But again, you could just see and feel how tense things are out here, with several police cars coming through with their lights, driving really, really fast. There's a lot of sense of urgency out here today. And as you mentioned, we do know at this time that multiple law enforcement officers have been struck by gunfire and are being transported to the hospital, and that the CMPD SWAT team is currently on the scene. Again, we are...
Okay, so there's still not a lot of clarity, or there wasn't a lot of clarity when this one came out. But this one is from an hour ago, where there is a press conference held relating to this shooting.
Today's an absolute tragic day for the city of Charlotte.
Oh, what the fuck?
And for the
I did
profession
not
of
see
law
this.
enforcement. Today we lost some heroes. Tragically, there were 3 members of the U.S. Marshals Task Force who were pronounced deceased, and there were 4 CMPD officers who were shot, one being in critical condition, who is now in the hospital fighting for his life. A total of 8 law enforcement officers were shot by this by the suspects in this house.
You know, 3 people.
So I did look into it a little bit, though. Understand they were exercising some sort of a search warrant. I don't know anything beyond that.
Lost their lives today. And the most that I can ask of our community is that we honor and respect them for all the work.
Anyway, another unnecessary gun violence example of gun violence in America. What's next? Okay, yeah. Okay, so this came across my feed earlier. I had seen this, I had seen a video of this when the body cam footage came out. This is from 8 hours ago. In CBS Minnesota here says that a judge has denied a motion to dismiss charges against Minnesota trooper Ryan Londrigan, who shot a man in a traffic stop multiple times, killing him, and is currently being tried for murder.
The court case against a state trooper charged with killing a man after a traffic stop will continue. Trooper Ryan Londrigan shot and killed Ricky Cobb II during a traffic stop last summer in Minneapolis. Today, Londrigan was in court with attorneys asking the judge to dismiss the case. Our Barrett Leon was in the courtroom and joins us now from the Hennepin County Courthouse with the very latest. Barrett.
Well, Shayla, the trial is moving along as planned as a motion to dismiss the case was denied this morning. Now, we saw a full courtroom. There was still even a little bit of a crowd here not too long ago. It appears that things are clearing up. And like you said, tensions were high. We even had a moment of an altercation of some kind between supporters and protesters here in the government center lobby. Now, a huge show of support today for Trooper Ryan Londrigan, who's being charged for killing 33-year-old Ricky Cobb II during the summer of 2023. We're told 300 T-shirts were given.
Yeah, they came with shirts.
On the other hand, there were just as many protesters
why are
chanting
they
Cobb's
here
name
cheering
and
for a
demanding
guy
justice.
who murdered
We've seen
somebody?
a lot of shakeups in this case. Most recently, lead prosecutor Joshua Larson stepping away from the case. We now know 4 former federal prosecutors from Steptoe LLP, a firm based out of Chicago, will be taking the state's case over. Now, despite intense protests, the defense remains steady in its position.
Trooper Londrigan followed his training. We have four sworn declarations from state troopers, current and former, that say that he followed his training, including the use of force policy.
Right. Use of force policy. Dude was literally seated in his car when it happened. He wasn't armed. The claim is that he was driving away. I mean, I've personally watched the footage of it slowed down quite a lot, and it appears, that he was planning on driving away, but the fact is this police officer shot him in cold blood for wanting to leave a traffic stop because he didn't trust these guys, essentially, right? And he shot him before he even drove away. Like, when I watched it slow down. And we're not going to do that because it's pretty upsetting. But you can find footage, the footage on your own time if you'd like to do the same. Although I guess maybe we could do it. Should we do this? It's kind of rough. I don't really want to watch. I don't want to start the show off with actually watching someone just get shot. But believe me, it was unnecessary. It was highly unnecessary, and he died. It's just horrible. I was genuinely considering watching it with you guys. I'm just not up for it right now. There's other bad stuff we're gonna have to look at later today, to some degree, and I don't know. I just feel like I'm overwhelmed with watching gun violence over and over and over again. We just gotta, you know.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Okay. But speaking of people getting shot during traffic stops, let's look at this video, which came out 7 hours ago from NBC News, where a Rochester, New York district attorney has issued an apology after refusing to stop for police. Now, we're definitely going to watch this one, and this shit is next level Karen shit. Wait, no. No, not that one. Okay, there we go.
Meanwhile, a district attorney in New York is now apologizing after she was caught on video berating a police officer who tried to pull her over for speeding.
Sandra Dorley drove home
Look at her.
instead of stopping.
Did you see it? Did you see it? She pulled out her badge there.
Police officer who tried to pull her over for speeding.
Sandra.
Did you see that? She's got a cop. That's what this is. This is body cam footage from a police officer in her garage who was trying to pull her over, right, for speeding. And she's flashing her district attorney's badge at him to say, go fuck off, essentially. And it gets worse.
Dorley drove home instead of stopping. The officer's body camera captured the entire encounter.
Can you stay over here, ma'am? This is a legal traffic stop, ma'am. Do not go inside.
Oh my God!
Ma'am, come outside. You can't just go inside. This is a traffic stop. Here's your phone back.
I understand the law better than you.
You say you're a DA?
I am the DA. You know what I've been dealing with all day? 3
I
murders
am
in the city.
the
And do you
DA.
think I really care if I was going 20 miles over the speed limit?
20 miles an hour.
Okay,
Over.
lots to unpack there. The DA released an apology video today, and she says she was having a bad day, and she personally apologized to that officer. NBC News reporter Maya Eglin joins us now with more. Maya, what else are we hearing from the DA in that apology video?
Morgan and Vicky, the DA says she is taking accountability for the way she acted and that her behavior was wrong and unprofessional. She said she was dealing with some graphic crimes at work and a medical concern with her husband. Take a listen.
I had just come from work. I was dealing with 3 homicides that occurred over the weekend. I watched a video where an innocent cab driver was executed. And I was still reeling from a frightening medical concern that my husband received that afternoon.
That somehow excuses her, in her mind, of literally just not pulling over for the police. Like, she's above the law. Now, I'm gonna point something out, because I looked this lady up. She ran for DA as a Democrat, and then shortly after it, changed party to being Republican. So that's the kind of person we're dealing with here. Got elected as Democrat, then switched parties, and started doing stuff like this.
I had bad days and stress, and it was wrong for me to take it out on an officer who was simply doing his job.
Dorley did apologize and said she fell short of the values that she's held for her entire 33-year career and plans to get some additional training to handle herself better in the future. Morgan and Vicky?
You know, we can, I think, all relate to having a bad day, but the way she spoke was tough to watch. What about the governor? Is any further action being taken against this DA?
There is. So Governor Hochul says Sandra Dorley used her public office to evade responsibility during the traffic stop. She's referred the case to a state commission that investigates prosecutors' conduct. At one point in the body cam video, the district attorney calls the police chief and asks him to tell the officer to leave.
Oh my God. Why are you so upset at me? I'm doing my job. You just admitted to me that you were going 55 and a 35 on Phillips
I don't want
Road.
reality.
Could you talk to Dennis?
Talk to your dentist? Wow.
Hello,
I
sir.
think this lady might be under
All
the
9
influence of
members
something.
of the Rochester City Council sent a letter to the state attorney general, Letitia James, and is asking her to investigate the incident. Dorley herself mentioned that an external investigation would be most appropriate in this case as well. Vicky and Morgan.
All right, NBC News reporter Maya Eglin. Maya, thank you.
And I honestly, I looked into it further because I was fascinated by this shit. And she said, apparently, in a different, either like a press conference, or maybe it might have been in the body cam footage. I can't remember exactly where it was, but she said that I am the one who would be prosecuting myself, and what do you think I would do with it, quote unquote. And it's like, yo, what? Is that's how you're really? That seems like a big conflict of interest as well as a massive abuse of power. But yeah, I mean, hey, that's our justice system for you. Okay, what's next? Oh, actually, speaking of something that's justice but not justice system related, this is it FCC technically a court? Hold on, it's a commission, right? Yeah, it's not really a court. So yeah, this is 3 days ago where the FCC has voted to restore net neutrality, which was taken away, or what's the word? It was like repealed during the Trump administration.
The Federal Communications Commission is set to restore net neutrality. The vote passed 3-2 across party lines on Thursday. Democrats voted in favor, while Republicans opposed. The move makes internet providers treat all web traffic equally, meaning they cannot ban or slow particular websites.
Or did she say it during the interview? Maybe I was just busy trying to read chat. That's on me. My focus isn't always 100%.
Let's bring in Chris Sprigman for some analysis. He's a professor at NYU Law School, and he's the co-director at the school's Engelberg Center on Innovation Law and Policy. Thanks so much for being with us. So after the Trump administration rescinded net neutrality, you wrote a brief against the move on behalf of more than 100 congressional lawmakers. What was your argument?
So our argument was that the FCC under the Obama administration had properly classified internet service as a telecommunications service under federal communications law. That was the way that it should be regulated. That gave the FCC power to make sure that the cable companies that control most internet access in this country don't abuse their very powerful position. That argument, I think, has eventually won out. The Biden administration has reclassified now internet access as a telecommunications service, and this gives the FCC some more regulatory power.
I honestly think this is a huge win for basically everybody. And, you know, it's nice to see somebody doing a good regulating. I'm not saying that it's going to necessarily fix all of the problems we have on the internet. No. I wouldn't go that far. But it is just a small W. And we could use a couple of small W's considering all the bullshit we've been incurring and dealing with lately. Okay, that's actually it for American-centric. Well, not quite. But nearly it. Let's watch this one as we segue onto environmental stuff. This is a protest that happened at Citibank. Let's just check this out.
I need to get upstairs. The market's about to open.
What are you doing? Stop that.
My second vape is upstairs. Protect me from the radical left.
For fuck's sake.
This is just a few minutes before it pops off. This is going to be interesting. They've got to be anticipating this. They definitely anticipated this one. I love how Citigroup every year has to prepare for climate action around Earth Day. I work over here at Citigroup. I'm about to go trade in some world markets. I've got my first vape. My second vape is inside. I've taken my time-release Adderall that will hit precisely when the market opens. How you doing,
I feel like
Paul?
I'm taking crazy pills.
Tom, it's cool. How you doing? People say that we're responsible for a lot of the problems going on in the world. I feel like we're solving a lot of the problems. Where would people be without private equity? I mean, yeah, we caused some problems. I mean, some of the problems we're solving are court-ordered.
I love Walter Masterson.
Get off it! We're planet over profit! Hey, City! Get off it! We're planet over profit! We're planet over profit! Hey, City! Get off it! We're planet over profit! We need clean air, not another billionaire! We need clean air, not another billionaire! Stop it! We're planet over profit! Hey, City!
I need to get upstairs. The market's about to open, and I don't have my second vape.
Damn, dude, what in the fuck is this guy doing? This guy just tried to, I don't even know what you want to call that. I mean, it was bad. It was a bad attempt, but he was like basically trying to tackle those people to get to work. Good God.
We need billionaires! We need billionaires! Get off it! We're planet over! Get off it! Be without billionaires! Huh?
I love this guy's face. He's not entirely sure because he agrees with what he's saying, but it's hard to take Walter Masterson seriously. But you can tell he's on board. Like, he's standing here next to him in this way. He's sipping his coffee that he just spilled all over himself and these protesters. Ah, boy. And all he can think of is, man, I'm missing out on all that money.
Think about that. If I didn't care about climate change, how come I went to Burning Man 2 times? I once did ayahuasca with Woody Harrelson at a charity event.
That proves
you know,
it.
I care about the climate, all right? Do you have any Adderall? I might just took my time release, but it hasn't kicked in yet. And I don't have my second vape. It's at my trading desk. I left my second vape upstairs, and I just took time release Adderall, and it's gonna kick in. I need it to be upstairs at the trading desk before my time release Adderall kicks in. These people wanted to protest. They could just protest at not at a university or a college campus, but you know, you can protest anywhere else.
Exactly. You can protest anywhere. Jesus Christ, look at these people. It's an entire platoon. It's an entire platoon of fucking cops that showed up for like 10 protesters.
Never mind. You guys have any Adderall?
None, unfortunately.
My second vape is inside this building! I can't! Protect me from the radical left! I need my second vape! It's upstairs! This is...
I don't want reality.
Okay, alright. There's way more to this. It's like it's like 15 minutes long. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. I'm not gonna do that. But you know where Walter Masterson's channel is, I assume. So if you feel inclined, go check that out at some point. He continues with similar antics. There's also like a couple of speeches and things like that. But I'm just trying to segue us with a little comedy. And remind us about that climate protest. I think it actually happened like a week ago, maybe. I could be wrong. But maybe he live streamed it to his channel. I don't think so. It looks like it. I think he was. That's definitely not what I'm talking about for it. It's clearly edited. Okay, now let's move on to this. I was actually thinking about watching this earlier. We never did it. So I figured we would start this off with this video. This is from 7 days ago. Climate change. Protecting our planet.
almost all of the plastics we've produced in the last 40, 50 years is still with us.
Even just one additional truck is going to impact our community negatively.
That will not only affect those of us today, but certainly for generations to come.
Long Island will look really different by the end of this century.
We're never going to be fully prepared for a storm like Sandy.
Addressing climate change is actually a path to economic security.
Good evening, I'm Alicia Reed, and this is Climate Change Protecting Our Planet. I'm on the Esplanade in Battery Park City, and blue light poles like this one tell the story of rising sea levels. 18 to nearly 24 feet of a potential storm surge is possible in the coming decades. But as our team of reporters will show you, evidence of climate change is here now, with extreme weather and environmental changes threatening our planet.
And if you're not picking up on what the polls are supposed to be signifying, it is essentially saying this is how high the water would be. It's pretty terrifying when you think about it.
Impact is real and scary, but there is hope. We'll show you some solutions. New York City, known as the concrete jungle due to its high rises, lack of trees, congestion, and toughness. And when it comes to the complexities of protecting the coastal city as the climate changes,
We're never going to be fully prepared for a storm like Sandy.
but since the superstorm hit in 2012, New York has made resiliency a priority. The $1.5 billion Eastside Coastal Resiliency Project at Stuyvesant Cove Park is the largest single coastal flood resiliency undertaking in New York City, according to the city's chief climate officer.
This will keep up to 13 feet of tidal surge in the East River and protect the Lower East Side.
Further,
Oh, they're gonna protect the Lower East Side. That's good. That's good. You wouldn't want that part to flood. But no, I mean, I think it's potentially a good strategy. And having these sorts of, I guess, what would you call them, levees in place is certainly good forethinking. We need to be thinking about these kinds of strategies to avoid massive suffering and problems for humanity. Oh, hey, what's up? Ladder hack raid? Ladder shark? Okay, what's up, ladder sharks? Okay, what is next? Actually, we're going to look at a couple different pieces of this, so hold on. I just don't want to watch this whole freaking thing. It's like 30 minutes long. There's no way. Not happening, bro.
I'm Lisa Rosner in Fort Lee, New Jersey at the George Washington Bridge. This is one of several areas the MTA projects will see increased traffic and therefore pollution because of congestion pricing. We take a closer look.
It's a weekday afternoon and traffic is moving.
Is this a good day? Yeah.
A good day, Fort Lee resident Richard Galler says, because he was able to leave his house a few times.
No, you're right. They're going to need a lot more than that. That looked like it covered just a small portion of a lower spot there. I mean, it's a good start. I'm trying to stay optimistic, you know?
A week, he says there's bumper-to-bumper traffic.
I've had asthma for years, but the problem is as pollution increases, it gets worse.
They have to take steps like, keeping their windows shut. That's no way to live.
The fear is that
Oh,
will become
God.
more frequent from congestion pricing. The mayor says there's an anticipated 20% increase in traffic volume. Galler and the borough of Fort Lee are suing the MTA over its congestion pricing plan set to take effect in June. But the MTA's own environmental assessment predicts vehicles and trucks will divert around Manhattan to avoid the toll. It says the diversions will be most pronounced at the approach to the Robert F. Kennedy Bridge in Queens, across the South Bronx and the George Washington Bridge, and into northern New Jersey. Diversions to the south would occur across the Verrazano Narrows Bridge and through Staten Island. The MTA study forecasts an increase in all pollutants in Bergen County, parts of...
I never even fucking thought of that, right? Like, until that they pointed this out to me, I had never even considered that people would intentionally drive much further. Like, I wonder if the people who are doing that are even considering what the cost difference is. Like, I'm trying to figure it out right now in my head, but that is that's definitely problematic. We can't be shooting ourselves in the foot with policies intended to help ourselves.
Staten Island and the South Bronx.
Here we see that there was a spike on April 2nd at around 4:45.
At the nonprofit South Bronx United, the team tracks 20 air quality monitors set up in what's known as Asthma Alley, the neighborhood surrounded by the major Deegan Expressway, the Bruckner, and the Cross Bronx Expressway.
In some scenarios, hundreds more trucks would traverse these expressways that surround us.
That's why these additional air monitors are about to be installed. Clean Air Program organizer Leslie Vasquez says already 1 in 4 area residents have asthma.
Even just one additional truck is going to impact our community.
Now, I do know that the ultra-low emission zones in, like, London that have been done, I don't know the exact way that those have been implemented, but supposedly they've been very effective at reducing emission. But, you know, New York City is set up slightly different than London, and I honestly don't know what the differences are, so I feel like I gotta look into that more to really make an assessment on it myself. Although, Captain Cisco, please. Oh, of course, well done. Well done, chat. I'll give you a Cisco before you even switch the video. Here we go. Cisco incoming. Blam. Captain Benjamin Cisco. Deep Space Nine. Okay. What are we doing? Yes, moving on. Don't need to watch this whole thing. This is all really just relating to New York City, but since it's such a populous area, it felt like an important thing to look at to see what New York City is doing to avoid its, potential climate impact, right? We already saw what Sandy did to New York. At least I think most of us did. All right. Now let's look at the some of the aftermath of the tornadoes which have ripped through the central states of the United States here. Starting with Nebraska and Iowa.
We barely made it to the basement and then heard the destruction going on upstairs, and wow, yeah. We're just taking it day by day. I mean, you come upstairs and see that you have no house from emerging from the basement. You're home, but you're actually homeless. So just the gravity of all that.
Residents began sifting.
That would really, I mean, I can't even imagine what it would be like to emerge, like, from what that story sounded like is him and his family went to hide in the basement because they knew the tornadoes were potentially coming through their area, and then when they come out, the rest of their house is fucking gone. Oh, fuck.
Through the rubble Saturday after a tornado plowed through suburban Omaha, Nebraska. The twister slammed into the Elkhorn neighborhood in western Omaha, a city of 485,000 people with a metropolitan area population of about 1 million.
The sinking feeling this was our forever home, and we've moved twice in the last 2 years, and we were supposed to be done. And we came home, and there was no home to really come to. We're alive. I mean, things can be replaced. One of the volunteers here said actually that.
Fuck. Look at that. I think it's just... what is that? Just a 2x4? For a second I thought it was a table leg. But I don't think so. It's not really a finished piece of wood. But it just went straight through the wall. By like, what, like 3 feet? Nah, maybe a little bit less. Like 2 feet? Jesus Christ. Imagine if you were the wall. Okay? For fuck's sake. That's fucked. And I think I heard that some of the highest winds that were experienced were like 175 miles an hour or something.
Things can be replaced. One of the...
For context, I think like stock cars in like NASCAR drive in that region like 200 miles an hour.
Volunteers here said actually there was stuff from this neighborhood being found in Blanco, Iowa. So I had vintage family photos that are still unaccounted for.
Actually, I might be overestimating.
I'd like to find those. But we're alive.
Good point. It did go through 2 walls. Because there's drywall on both sides. Hold on, I gotta look this up though. I don't know why. Just compulsively look things up. $180. Oh my god, I was right in there. Holy fuck, Small W.
This can be replaced.
A spokesperson for the National Weather Service said 1, possibly 2 tornadoes spent around an hour moving toward Omaha, leaving behind damage consistent with an EF3 twister, with winds of 135 to 165 miles per hour. According to the Douglas County Health Department in Nebraska, no fatalities have been reported, and fewer than 24 people were treated at Omaha area hospitals.
Okay, we got a couple of more of these to look at. But let's look at the destruction that was left behind in Oklahoma. Here, next. Oops. That house is gone. It's made out of bricks, too. Holy shit.
What I saw downtown Sulphur,
it's just gone.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, was it a factory? It's hard to tell. It's big as fuck. It might be. I think it might be a house.
Just like that, all the tax revenue, all these businesses in downtown Sulphur, just overnight, have been wiped out. So we need to help Sulphur rebuild.
Wow, that entire neighborhood's just swept up. You can just see the path that went straight through, for fuck's sake. Yeah, tornadoes, Vincent. Tornadoes. This is Oklahoma. Damn. Those big-ass stones just thrown around like nothing. You can just see them just
watches are now expiring. Parts of...
Oh, good God. Let's watch this last one. This is from 13 hours ago from CNN, where drone footage shows the devastation and the aftermath of Oklahoma tornadoes. And according to them, 15 million people faced severe storm risks across the United States.
US, but a multi-day storm system is still bringing severe weather risks to millions as it continues to move.
Oh wait, it's still going like
According
this?
to the US Storm
Oh,
Prediction
for
Center,
fuck's sake.
there have been nearly 500 storm reports since Thursday, including more than 135 reports of tornadoes. The storm system has already left a path of death and destruction in its wake, and some of the hardest hit communities in states like Oklahoma and Nebraska are now left picking up the pieces. CNN's Rafael Romo reports.
Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt increased to 4 the number of storm-related deaths in his state, with one county alone reporting at least 30 injuries. Officials had earlier said there's an
Tornadoes scare you, don't move there? Well, I'm going to point out that this that we've looked at tornadoes in, I think, like 6 states now, and it's, as you can kind of see, it looks like it's edging east, threatening like Mississippi and parts of like Kentucky and Tennessee and like Indiana potentially, but like it already hit. What was it? Iowa, Oklahoma, Texas. Was it Nebraska? I think it hit Nebraska as well. I think I'm forgetting one.
Among those who died, the governor said 2 people died in the city of Ada, located about 85 miles southeast of Oklahoma City. A 3rd person died in Marietta, Oklahoma, which is located on Interstate 35, about 115 miles south of Oklahoma City. The 4th person died in Sulphur, a city the governor visited on Sunday to assess the damage. Governor Stitt had earlier declared an emergency disaster in an area that includes Marietta. Altogether, the governor's declaration includes 12 counties. The declaration states that severe storms, tornadoes, straight-line winds, hail...
Hold on. I have to look at this picture for a second. What is happening? What? Just tossed this mail truck? What is it even resting on?
12 counties. The declaration states that...
It's like on a fence or something. Just threw it up and now it's just hanging off of it. It's totally normal. Totally normal.
Storms,
just
tornadoes,
the normal mail truck hanging from a very normal fence.
Damage in Sulphur, the governor
No
said,
big deal.
was hard to watch.
Early reports, they think this is an F4, just kind of blowing right through downtown here, and I just haven't seen this much destruction from my time as governor. And you just can't believe the destruction. Like, it seems like every business in downtown has been destroyed now here in Sulphur.
The Oklahoma Department of Emergency Management said it has received reports of injuries, property damage, flooding, and downed power.
Oh my God. Thankfully, it looks like nobody was in that, but Jesus Christ.
Lines and trees across several counties. We're also getting new images of severe flooding in the city of Tonkawa, located about 90 miles north of Oklahoma City. And this all happened in the wake of yet another series of powerful storms that left a devastating trail of destruction in Nebraska. An Omaha resident described to CNN affiliate KETV.
Oh, Jesus. Hold on, we're gonna look at they have, I think, yeah, I gotta watch
hundreds
this.
of feet from where it originally laid. Now, this is all part of the outbreak of tornadoes that started Friday, lasted through Saturday and Sunday. 137 tornado reports. And yes, there is another threat of severe weather later this week, unfortunately, in some of the hardest hit areas across the central and northern plains. This is for later this week, and that extends all the way through Oklahoma, where we saw some of that worst damage. We are edging very close to the average number of tornadoes for this year to date, and we will likely exceed that later this week as we get another round of severe storms. So the immediate threat as it stands right now is across extreme south.
You know, I forgot to look this up earlier. I need to listen to this again. What does he mean by that?
For this year to date,
no, go
very
back further.
close to the average, where we saw some of the worst damage. We are edging very close to the average number of tornadoes for this year to date, and we will likely exceed that later this week as we get another round of severe storms. So the immediate threat as it stands right now is across extreme southeastern Texas and across portions of central Louisiana. This line of storms has been known to produce winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. That's why we have a severe thunderstorm watch through 9 a.m. Central Time. You can see this line moving into Lafayette right now, just knocking on the doorsteps of Baton Rouge. Good news is it is starting to weaken as it traverses eastward, but it will bring heavy rainfall to New Orleans. Speaking of heavy rain, we have a flash flood threat that is ongoing. We've had reports here of a ½ an inch of rain in 5 minutes time across southeastern portions of Texas. That's a lot of rain, and that will easily
it's a lot of rain
roadways and cause rapid.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah. Phrasing.
Phrasing.
Okay. What are you? Okay, that's it for the tornado coverage for now. I just thought that we would at least keep up with what's going on there. It's still an ongoing storm. It's still threatening people's lives and livelihoods. So if you happen to live anywhere near there, do try to stay safe. That's my 2 cents on that. All right, let's move on. This is from this is just to kind of actually cleanse our palate a little bit from how devastating that was to look at, to something that is mildly positive. This is from 7 days ago from KCAL News. Here's how LA County saves the extra stormwater that it gets. I've been saying it, but we got to get the water
with
where we don't
record-breaking
want
rainfall
it to where we do
back
want
years,
it.
Southern California really is in good shape, but engineers are faced with a critical task when it comes to climate change: how to capture and save stormwater when it comes in massive amounts and in short periods like we've seen. KCAL News reporter Tom Waite has more from Morris Dam in the Angeles National Forest.
At Morris Dam, a massive release of pent-up stormwater. And no, this precious resource is not flowing into the ocean or the LA River. It's headed into storage.
You kind of think of a cubic foot as a basketball. So essentially 1,300 basketballs are shooting out of these valves every second.
Eric Batman is a senior civil engineer with LA Public Works.
Between last year and this year for downtown LA, we received over 54 inches of rain. It's the most rainfall in a 2-year period on record, going back to 1872.
Damn.
How to capture all of that stormwater has become an even more critical
It's
task.
150
Given
years?
climate change and our boom and bust water years, this network of dams in the Angeles National Forest is a critical component of that goal.
There's actually 2 other dams upstream that feed into this facility.
The water flows out into the San Gabriel River and then here into what's called spreading grounds, where it's absorbed into the ground and stored. But maintaining storage is one major issue.
In 2020, the Bobcat fire burned a lot of the watershed. When that happens, we see quite an increase in sediment and debris coming into the dams. The goal is to remove that sediment, restore the capacity, so that we can continue to provide that critical flood protection and stormwater capture aspects.
Another major problem engineers are facing, our new normal. Storms that come hard and fast, dropping a massive amount of rainwater in a short period.
When we have very intense storms in a very short period of time, our focus is really on flood protection.
Anyway, I just thought this was interesting. I don't know why I find stuff like this so fascinating, like engineering and whatnot. And ways in which that we again make the planet better, but it really does it's right up my alley. Not even subscribed to KCAL News, and I just got this. They were like, hey, this is you, YouTube algorithm, it's like, you gotta watch this, pal. I was like, you know what, you're right, I do have to watch this. But I do keep saying it, we gotta get the water from where we don't want it to where we do. We don't want it in some places. We've seen a lot of that lately with the floods and the unwanted rains. And then the exact opposite, where people are literally going without water in ways that we in Western society generally don't really fathom or have to even consider oftentimes. Okay, now on... Oh, you know what? I can't. I didn't remember I put this in here too. Yeah, why not? Okay. Yeah, let's look at this one. This is actually no, this is not what I thought it was. Yeah, now I know. Now I remember what this is. Okay, this is from Insider Science from 10 months ago, where according to them, climate change and disease is putting lime harvests at risk. I just realized I'm stuck on the TV right now.
Droughts, extreme heat, and disease have hit farms across Mexico. Farmers in the state of Veracruz are holding on. This producer has done it by growing their limes on orange trees. They take a mature orange stalk and a bud from a lime plant and use a grafting technique to combine them. While it grows, workers cut away any leaves that aren't lime, basically convincing this orange plant that it's a lime one. Orange rootstocks like this are hardier, so when it's mature, the fusion lime plant will better stand up to diseases and climate change. It takes about 4 years for the tree to bear fruit. One tree can produce about 150 pounds of limes per year. The farm can also lean on that grafting technique to help grow trees faster, so they can keep...
So, this is like another one of those sorts of things where, like, I'm fascinated by it, and... like the fact that it's already being done, though, it makes me concerned, right? It's like this sort of paradoxical situation, right? Where I'm like fascinated by this fact that you can do that and it's super cool and somebody figured that out. But the fact that we're having to use it to combat the effects of climate change, right? Like means like what do we do when that stops working, right? Like that. It's one of these things that gives me a lot of concern too. It's like, oh, we're already onto grafting trees together to avoid like the effects of climate change. Okay, that's probably a bad sign. Maybe we should stop using coal and gas and oil-powered electricity. That's just my thinking. All right, now let's move on to a slightly less fascinating video and a much more difficult one, honestly. This is from Al Jazeera English from 12 hours ago. Now, we have been keeping up with this situation going on for the last, Jesus Christ, like 7+ days, maybe even like a week and a half. It's hard to keep track in my mind sometimes on all this stuff. But we've been talking about how there's been flooding going on in the east of Africa, and due to all of the raining that has been going on there, and the fact is I looked it up, it's not even monsoon season yet for Africa. This is very early for them to be even seeing rain like this. Due to all of this rain, a dam has collapsed outside of Nairobi, killing dozens.
At least 40 people have been killed after a dam burst its banks in a town north of Kenya's capital, Nairobi. Water from the old Kajiado Dam washed away houses and cut off a major road. Search and rescue efforts are underway. Floods caused by unusually heavy rains have killed dozens of people across East Africa since March. Let's go live to Al Jazeera's Catherine Soy in Nakuru County, which is where the dam burst. So you're near the scene of the collapsed dam. Catherine, tell us about the situation there. What's the latest?
Yes, I'm at the scene and people are devastated. People are in shock. Many of them are trying to salvage whatever they can. That family there, they are trying to remove their furniture, their clothes, and they don't even know where they're going to sleep tonight. Now, rescue efforts are still going on, but it has been raining. It just started raining, so that is going to be hampered. And we spoke to some of the family members about what happened. They said this incident happened at around 3 a.m. local time, and they were sleeping and they just heard this loud rumble, and some of them tried to get out to see what's happening, and then there was this water that engulfed some of them. Some managed to escape, but many did not make it. 42 people so far their bodies have been recovered. They're in the morgue, and we have also been told that people are being told to move to higher ground. But like I said, they're having sleepless nights. They don't know where.
Yeah. So the Kenyan government is telling people to like leave the lower lying areas, but I mean, they're struggling just to get their belongings and their families together to be able to even get out of there. And clearly, after this flood, things are made more difficult. Jesus, my throat is fucked up today. I need a drink. Hold on. That's better. A tickle in my throat. We're gonna watch a little bit more of this. I'm just trying to find where they switch to this other footage. They show some of the devastation caused by this flood. Oh, it's like right next. Okay.
That broke its banks. This is what it caused, and this water came gushing down our seasonal stream. And
I mean, look at it. It's like they look like matchsticks, all just knocked over. Phrasing? Did I say something? What did I say? I have no idea. But yeah, I just wanted to look at this because this is just, you can see the power of that flood. Just ripping trees and their roots out from the ground like it was nothing. You can see hundreds of yards ahead of it. I assume that there's even more behind it, but they just don't have a ton of footage. Okay, what's next? Yeah, we need to stop fucking our planet up. Alright, yeah, let's just look at a little bit more footage of this. This is from Reuters. Go, Web, go.
At least 42 people have been killed in floods in Kenya's central Maimahiu area after a dam burst early on Monday. That's according to police, who said the death toll could rise. Earlier on Monday, the Kenya Red Cross said it had taken several people to a health facility in Maimahiu due to flash flooding. The latest deaths bring the total number to have died amid heavy rains and flooding since last month to more than 140. Government figures show that more than 185,000 have been displaced. Dozens more have been killed and hundreds of thousands displaced by intense downpours in other East African countries,
Hundreds of
including
thousands.
Tanzania and Burundi.
Oh yeah, right.
The
We've
floods
talked
have
about
also
Tanzania
caused
as well.
widespread damage to infrastructure such as roads and bridges.
A
A Kenyan government spokesperson said hydroelectric dams were filled to capacity, which could lead to a massive overflow downstream. On Monday, the Education Ministry postponed the start of a new school.
It is insane. I feel like every second that every time I look, I see another group of people being displaced by war or ethnic cleansing or climate change right now.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Did you hear him? He said 100,000 people have been displaced in East Africa from the it's not even the monsoon rains. These are just rains. Monsoon season supposedly doesn't even start until, I think it said May or something, like June. I think it's June. Okay. Yeah, it's June. Okay. Since we're in Africa talking about climate change, this came across my feed today, and I did not realize some stuff about this that I'm not sure everybody here realizes either, but I think we should at least be aware of this. So this is from 9 months ago from Democracy Now! Cobalt Red. Smartphones and electric cars rely on toxic mineral mined in Congo by children. Now, if you're unaware, cobalt is a mineral used in batteries for mostly smartphones and electric cars to create the electrodes that help the exchange of electricity happen, as well as creating other sorts of super alloys and other things used in different sorts of industrial processing.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh. We end today's show looking at how the world's increasing reliance on cobalt for mobile phones, electric cars, has had a devastating impact on the Congo. Cobalt is a key component in lithium-ion rechargeable batteries. Nearly 3/4 of the world's supply is mined in the Congo under horrific conditions. Siddharth Kara documents the human rights and environmental catastrophe in the Congo in his new book, Cobalt Red, How the Blood of the Congo Powers Our Lives. In it, he writes, quote, "There are many episodes in the history of the Congo that are bloodier than what's happening in the mining sector today, but none of these episodes ever involves so much suffering for so much profit, linked so indispensably to the lives of billions of people around the world." Kara continues, "Spend a short time watching the filth-caked children of the Katanga region scrounge at the earth for cobalt, and you'd be unable to determine whether they were working for the benefit of Leopold or a tech company." That's Siddharth Kara writing in Cobalt Red, How the Blood of the...
By the way, Leopold in that reference, I'm pretty sure is referring to King Leopold of, is it Belgium? Actually might be King Leopold II. Yeah. Yes, King Leopold of Belgium.
Congo Powers Our Lives, his previous...
Which is basically why they speak French in the Congo.
Book, Sex Trafficking Inside the Business of Modern Slavery, won the 2010 Frederick Douglass Book Prize, awarded for the best book written in English on slavery or abolition. Siddharth Kara, welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us from London. This book is absolutely devastating, but of course it's describing that reality on the ground in Congo. Tell us the story of how you came to focus on this and how cobalt links the devastation of the Congo to the West.
Well, thank you so much.
Before he gets going, I'm going to try and respond to chat. Yeah, right, okay. So second is correct. That's good. Honestly, trying to keep track of the things that have happened, and by happened I mean been done in Africa by the different Western powers. It is such a long list. It is out of control. Have you read this book, Schmegley? Interesting.
Go to the West.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me to speak with you about this crucial and very urgent matter. I had been doing research on various forms of slavery and child labor around the world for many, many years, starting in the year 2000. And around 2016, I heard from some colleagues in the field about very appalling conditions in the mining of cobalt in the DR Congo. And I had no idea what cobalt was. I thought it was a color. I didn't know that it was in rechargeable batteries. So it took me a little time to organize my first trip, establish ground relationships. I got into the Congo the first time in 2018. And what I saw was just so horrific, so extreme and severe. And the fact that it was at the bottom of supply chains that reach out like a kraken across the global economy and touch the lives of everyone. Everyone listening to us right now cannot function for 24 hours without cobalt. And as you noted in your remarks, roughly 3/4 of the world's supply comes from the Congo, and it's mined in conditions you read.
Got a literal child there. Yeah. Yep. 75% of the world's supply is in the Congo, and yet people in the Congo are living like this, and it is fucking baffling to me, and it is unfortunately linked to Western colonialism and capitalism, and as well as just basic human corruption. We got a bunch. This is like a 30-minute thing, so I'm just gonna try and actually, I'm gonna let him go for a little bit.
The sentence that links to Leopold, it's mined in conditions that are like the colonial times, where the people of Africa are reduced to brute labor. Their lives are not valued, their labor is not valued, their humanity is not valued, and that's the reality that exists at the bottom of cobalt supply chains.
So that, I mean, the book is just magnificent, and as Amy said, it's completely devastating. So if you could explain to us, you know, for people, myself included, when I read the book, the difference between artisanal mining and the conditions that exist on artisanal mines, areas where artisanal miners search for cobalt, and industrial mining, and then describe some of the conditions. Who are these miners? How many children are involved? And how big are these mines? You've said some of them are as large as European cities, including London.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so let's spend a moment and just understand what's happening on the ground in that part of the Congo. And this is the southeastern part, from the towns between Lubumbashi and Kolwezi. And when you get down to that part of the Congo, there are massive industrial mining operations on the one hand. And now outside of the Congo, consumer-facing tech and EV companies will have you believe that all of their cobalt supply in their batteries for their gadgets and cars comes only from these industrial mines. Industrial means what it sounds like. Heavy machinery, excavators, digging and gouging at the earth. What's happened there is not sustainable at all in terms of industrial activity. Millions of trees clear-cut, massive destruction and contamination of the environment. Now, alongside that, and the reality is, inside of these industrial operations.
I listened to this at 2x earlier. It was much less stressful at 2x. At regular speed, it's giving me freaking like a serious headache right now. Oh god, fucking modern day freaking lithium, not lithium slavery, cobalt slavery. Ugh, so gross.
There are hundreds of thousands of people, including tens of thousands of children, who dig by hand. Now, the quaint term given to them is artisanal mining, and that makes you think that they're walking around baking bread or doing work in pleasing conditions, but nothing could be further from the truth. Artisanal mining means these tens of thousands of children, hundreds of thousands of people, scrounging at the ground with pickaxes, shovels, stretches of rebar, or their bare hands to pull cobalt out of the ground and feed it up the chain. Many of these people are digging inside industrial mines, and outside of the Congo, tech and EV companies will have you believe that that does not happen, but the truth on the ground is very different. They also dig all around the countryside
believe your lying
because
eyes.
cobalt is everywhere. There are more reserves of cobalt in that part of the Congo than the rest of the planet combined. So the local population has been...
Yeah, I don't like the sound of artisanal mining. It makes it sound like very boutique, sort of chic. I hate that. That's not fun for me. Alright, we're gonna move this forward slightly. Wanna know what I did with my day off, chat? Okay, where's a good place to get back to? I think like right here.
Millions, and that our lives...
I did not sleep. No, I watched Waterworld. I watched Demolition Man. I watched a bunch of like 90s sort of like dystopian and or apocalyptic movies. What else did I watch? Day After Tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know why I thought to myself that was a good idea, but it's what happened. Oh, Deep Impact.
Depend on this enormous violence has to be dealt with.
And Siddharth, you point out, I'll just read out a short quote of yours because you mentioned what these miners are paid. So you write, the most fortunate tunnel diggers in Kasulo earn around $3,000 per year, the most fortunate. By way of comparison, the CEOs of the technology and car companies that buy the cobalt mined from Kasulo earn $3,000 in an hour, and they do so without having to put their lives at risk each day that they go to work. So if you could explain, I mean, first of all, talk, as you said, $7 or $8 is the maximum a day that people earn. What do these children get? These 4, 5, 6, 7-year-old children and countless teenagers.
Yes, well, you see the riches that are enjoyed at the top of the chain, they're stacked to the sky on top of the narrow, beleaguered shoulders of the children of the Congo. So start with a...
You know, I think we get it, honestly. I think we all get it. And if you want to look further into it, and I honestly would recommend you do at some point. But I think it makes it pretty clear what's happening. Child slavery is getting us the cobalt for the batteries that are going into EVs and phones and all sorts of things. And we gotta make it so that if we're going to be using this, that can't be the way that we get our cobalt, okay? Let's just all remember that. We need a much more ethical way of acquiring cobalt than that. And the fact is, 75% of the cobalt exists in the Congo, and yet so many of the people in the Congo are, why do I keep calling it the Congo? In the DRC, are living in poverty. And it's unacceptable. Alright, what's next? Alright, gonna move on to Asia. This is footage from a day ago from CNN where a tornado went through an area in China.
A powerful tornado struck the city of Guangzhou in China.
Damn.
Several people were killed and dozens injured, according to Chinese state media.
Must be hitting the, I guess it's hitting the power lines and it's causing
This
it
came
to
after
spark.
multiple days of heavy rains in southern China, which caused widespread flooding.
Flooding everywhere.
Heavy rains and storms will likely continue until the end of the month, according to the China Meteorological Agency.
There is flooding happening on literally every continent, it feels like, right now.
Heat indices that
Okay. We are... Oh, okay, we're almost done with the climate news for today. This last one is from Reuters from 17 hours ago. We talked about this, I think, like a week ago, but this heat wave is still going on in the Philippines, causing the people in the Philippines to to shift to online classes, keeping kids at home, and are under a serious power crunch at the moment, and they're being forced to ration electricity.
heat indices says it's felt like a whopping 122 degrees Fahrenheit in parts of the Philippines in recent days. as El Niño ratchets up humid summer heat that began in March. As a result, thousands of schools have suspended classes because of sweltering temperatures, affecting more than 3.6 million students, according to official data. It's another in a series of obstacles facing children in the Philippines. According to an international study of education systems, it scores among the lowest in the world in maths, science, and reading, partly because of years of inadequate remote learning during the pandemic. 23-year-old student Kurt Mahusay is a senior in high school after his education stalled during lockdowns. Now, he says the heat is unbearable.
Here in the Philippines, it's extremely hot now. The heat burns my skin. It's not like the usual summer heat that is tolerable. Now I can barely stay long out in the heat.
It's part of a band of heat spreading across South and Southeast Asia this year, exacerbated by El Niño and climate change, and it makes it harder for children to simply learn. According to Save the Children Philippines, children are particularly vulnerable to heat-related illnesses including dizziness, vomiting, and fainting when exposed to extreme heat for long periods.
I don't know how you're supposed to concentrate on school while also having to fan yourself constantly. I feel like that'd be kind of prohibitive to the learning environment. I'm not a teacher, so I wouldn't know. For sure.
And high school teacher Medea Santos says it's become a struggle to get through the workday.
We are also affected. For example, me at my age, when the temperature is really high, my blood pressure shoots up. I have to make sure that I take my medicine every day for my blood pressure and maintenance. When teaching, we are also affected because it is uncomfortable. Because of the extreme heat, my back gets soaked with sweat and sometimes I get very dizzy.
Local media say the relentless heat is not expected to dissipate and has a 50% chance of intensifying this week.
Yeah, no kidding. It's April right now. It's about to start getting hotter, isn't it? Or is Philippines on a different season? I forget what happens over there. Uh-oh. I'm tempted to look more things up right now. Hottest months in Philippines. April and May. Oh, okay. So these are the two hottest months for them, apparently. Well, it also means that they have potentially another month of this, it sounds like. Which is fucking horrifying. And I'm pretty sure the humidity in the Philippines is also quite high. So, 100 plus degrees Fahrenheit, while whatever, like 90% humidity all the time would be just unbearable. Okay. Alright, let's just watch this cute fucking video I found. I don't know why we're watching this. It's because it's cute. But it's also kind of related to the environment. Here's a little video from Natural Habitat Shorts, where apparently, no, I'll describe it later. Let's just watch it first.
Mr. Sheddingskin, I have splendid news to share with you. Lord Weatherby has asked for my hand. We are engaged to be married. Your silence speaks volumes, for I couldn't help but notice you exchanging glances with my betrothed at the Duke's soiree last week. Enjoying your tea, Mr. Sheddingskin? Delightful blend, isn't it? Perhaps a bit of a kick to it? You know, I've been thinking lately about life, about friendship, about trust. It's such a fragile thing, isn't it? Just like these teacups, so easily shattered.
Ashley, stop playing with your food.
So apparently, many lizards and amphibians, after shedding their skin, they eat it. Weird, kind of gross, but hilarious when little lizards play with them. It's so cute. Honestly, when she says married, that's when I died. Like, the first time I heard her say married, I was just done. Like, I was like, okay, Yep, we're gonna have everybody else is gonna have to deal with this, and I'm just gonna watch this on the stream. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Whoopsies. Ah, there we go. Well, it's come to that time where we take a little space intermission. If you haven't already, hit that like button and do consider subscribing. It really helps me out. If you'd like to help me out another way as well, you have one real good choice. By becoming a Galactic producer. All sorts of benefits are just waiting for you. They're sitting there wondering, geez, just $3 a month. Are you sure it's too much? Okay, all right, fair. That's fair. Well, think about it. Just saying. However, if it is, if it is too much, no big deal. We all get it. Capitalism sucks. Times is tough. Anyways, grab yourself a drink at the bar, take a little dip, and I'll be right back.
Consequences.
Okay. If you want Leonardo and Donatello, you'll have to use a Patreon benefit. They are available, though. It could happen. It could happen. Okay, what are we doing next? Okay, we are gonna quickly look at global news. Got a few different situations I want to look at. But I do have a bunch of stuff to look at regarding both Gaza and protests for Palestinians, including, I think, one of my favorite protest videos that I've seen yet. Oh my god, race car is also race car backwards.
I don't want reality. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay, first situation I want to look at. Yeah, we looked at this a little while ago. But let's talk again about this. Georgia, which was formerly in the USSR and is like an ally to Russia, I guess you would call it, has introduced a foreign agent bill, quote unquote, which would effectively make any companies receiving more than, I think it was 15% of their funding from outside of Georgia would have to register as being spies, essentially. And people don't like that in Georgia for some reason, so they are protesting and have been for a while, and the protests themselves have been growing with some ferocity, culminating in, well, you'll see in these next couple videos. We're 2 likes away from Jessica Fletcher. Wow, we're very close. 2 people could help us. Help us. Your likes are important. As you can see, like the protesters, if you can't make it out, they're all, many of them are waving, not all of them, but many of them are wearing EU flags or what I believe to be Georgia flags. Although I do see an air and Ukraine flag as well in there. Alright, we're just gonna go straight to the next one. But you can see the footage of this. This is massive. The protest is fucking massive. Look at this. It's like drone footage from over the protest. Holy fuck, dude. It's like at least like 15,000, maybe more, I want to say. Yeah, I'm not seeing any Russian flags. Errant Ukraine flag penalty 15. Wow. Way to Way to bring levity to the moment, Stephen K. I appreciate you. We can all use a little bit of humor in our lives. Too much tragedy and horror. Okay, what's next? I just want to look at this one real quick. Do protests count as emotional support? Depends. Depends on your personal take, I think. They could. They certainly could. You could argue it. You could argue both ways. This is from Al Jazeera English, though. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about this before we leave Eastern Europe. Western assets in Russia. Kremlin threatens fiscal retaliation. This is from Al Jazeera from a day ago, where apparently Russia is genuinely considering what's the word? Appropriating Western assets in their country.
Russia's RIA, state news agency, says the West stands to lose assets worth at least $288 billion if frozen Russian assets are confiscated. Now, after Moscow invaded Ukraine, the US and its allies blocked around $300 billion worth of assets. Now, some Western powers have floated the idea of using confiscated holdings to rebuild Ukraine once the war has finally ended. But Russia reaffirmed on Sunday that countermeasures could follow what it calls Western thievery. Well, according to the
30 likes. Well, hold on. Jessica. Okay, there we go. You got her. You earned her and you get her. That's how it works. Here at the GNN.
The top investors in the Russian economy include Cyprus with more than $98 billion, the Netherlands with $50 billion, and the UK with nearly $19 billion. It also reports that Germany has $17 billion invested, France $16 billion, and Italy almost $13 billion. We're joined by Francis.
By the way, don't clip that. I just realized that sounds fucked up. Do not take that out of context.
Who's an economist and bank commentator. Thanks again for being with us. The Kremlin says that there's still a lot of Western money in Russia, as we're saying, almost $300 billion. Unsure if those numbers are accurate at this point in time. But what can Russia do? Because it's threatened endless legal challenges and tit-for-tat measures. But can it follow through on those threats against the EU, the UK and the US?
Well, I think it can. We should remember that some of the money, I'm not entirely sure how much, that Russia says it has access, its holding, has been essentially stuck in Russia since 2022, when Russia imposed the capital restrictions, and it absolutely could seize that money, and also impose embargoes on transfers and banks and things like that. So yes, I think.
Okay, that's all we needed from that. But I just thought it was an interesting, what do you call it? I guess you could call it like an addition to the current situation that's been going on. This sort of it's not even a Cold War V2. It's this lukewarm war. Well, I guess it's still a Cold War between the actual West and Russia. They're in an actual war. I guess whatever. Let's not try and make historical comparisons right now. I'm too not together enough for something like that. Let's move it along. Two more quick stories to look at regarding the situation. This is from the AP from 22 hours ago, where apparently 2 Russian journalists have been jailed on apparent quote-unquote extremism charges. for apparently working with one of Putin's opposition. Oh, for Navalny, right? Okay. Yeah, I mean, how many people have been jailed recently that are either journalists that we've looked at, journalists or protesters? Is it the Wall Street Journal guy? I know we saw at least a few women getting, I think, were they protesters though, or journal? I can't remember. But it's been like, in the last couple of months at least, I don't know, 7 or 8, it seems like. Ah, boy. Alright, now this last video about the Russia situation is footage of a building that was hit in Odessa, Ukraine by a missile strike. This thing is burning hard and fast. Sorry. Inappropriate time. I can't tell, but it appears to be some sort of a historical building that's just buying. Like some sort of a, it appears to be very old. Could be wrong, but usually I feel like people don't build like that anymore, but maybe that's just me. And I did not see more information on this. I probably could have maybe looked into it further, but in the video description it didn't really explain. It does look church-like, but I wasn't sure because it doesn't really look like a Orthodox church, which are the majority of churches in Ukraine. You know, I could be wrong once again. I really don't have a ton of information on that situation. Okay, let's move on. Actually, why don't I put this here? That makes more sense. Yeah, do it this way. Okay, now this next one, if I've done this correctly, should be a video about China. Before doing a couple of stories here involving Asia, before we move on to the Middle East and Gaza, as well as the protests happening around the world and on U.S. campuses. What just happened? God damn it. My browser. My browser. Why? Okay, I guess I'll just reload the page. Can you do full screen for me? What the fuck? Hold on. Full screen, please. There we go. That took way too much effort. Okay. Now on to this. Apparently, Elon Musk went to China yesterday. This story is from 16 hours ago, from Reuters, where apparently he is attempting to convince China and Chinese representatives to allow him to bring his driverless car technology to China.
Tesla has successfully cleared some key hurdles that have long stopped it from rolling out its self-driving cars in China after a surprise visit there from CEO Elon Musk. Musk wants to roll out the full self-driving software in China the company's second largest market. The feature is already available in the US. On Monday, sources told Reuters Tesla had reached an agreement with Baidu to use the Chinese tech giant's mapping license to help with data collection of public roads, a key step for FSD to be introduced in the country. Musk's visit to China, first reported by Reuters, was not flagged publicly, and a source spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak with the media. Also on Sunday, China's Auto Association said Tesla's Model 3 and Y cars are compliant with China's data security requirements. Those standards were some of the key reasons that full self-driving wasn't yet in the country. A source also...
Well, yeah, no, he's absolutely desperate. You're totally right. And fact is that he's got some serious fucking competition in China, which is why I think they're entertaining it almost, like just to see him put more effort into it. When currently, what's it called? CY? No. I can't remember the name of the Chinese electric car company right now. It's like BYT or something like that. And, like, it is, like, I believe the #1 manufacturer of electric cars, like, in the world. So he's got a serious market to try and, or at least a company with a serious market to try and edge out here. I have serious doubts about it. Now, because of all this going on, and because this is still ongoing right now, I just thought that it would be a good idea, while we're in Asia right now, talking about Asian things, we should talk about the Rohingya genocide. Also, well, let's talk about it first, and then I'll make more comments on it. But if you're not aware of it, let's just watch this from 6 years ago from the United Nations. This is directly from their YouTube. This is the Rohingya genocide. I mean, sorry, Rohingya genocide. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck me. Okay, I'm back. This is the Rohingya crisis in 90 seconds. See, it was labeled the Rohingya crisis instead of the Rohingya genocide, which is what threw me off. So I just combined both words. Okay. Take it away, UN. Thank you. Oh, wait. Ah, shite. I'm not doing my job, Chad. I forgot that this one has frickin' subtitles on it, and I'm not reading them for you, which is a dereliction of my duty, and I apologize. The Rohingya crisis, explained in 90 seconds. In the last month, over 500,000 people have crossed the border into Bangladesh. They are fleeing brutal violence and armed attacks in the Rakhine state of Myanmar, where hundreds of villages are now empty, many of them burned to the ground. Let's just look at that map again before we move on. This shit is nuts. Look at that. Houses. Looks totally normal. And then nothing. Most of these displaced are Rohingya, the largest stateless population in the world. They're an ethnic minority of Muslims who, yes, have no state, if you will. The influx is overwhelming existing camps and settlements in Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh. There are now more than 800,000 refugees in the Bazar. For decades, the Rohingya faced a vicious cycle of persecution, discrimination, and violence. Many aid deliveries in Rakhine, including food and healthcare, have been suspended, putting already vulnerable people at even greater risk. UN Secretary...
I call on the Myanmar authorities to suspend military action, end the violence, uphold the rule of law, and recognize the right of return of all those who had to leave the country.
The influx of refugees has already exceeded the initial predictions for emergency planning. Okay, so this is just to get us all, if anybody here is not aware of the details of that, to at least get us familiarized with it. But that started happening over a decade ago, if I'm not mistaken. Quite some time, and it's been going on. It's been ongoing. I think there was a time where it stopped, and then it started again, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of it had to do with the fact that the military was essentially its own completely autonomous branch of government that was allowed to do whatever it wanted. Some blame the president at the time. I'm honestly not even knowledgeable enough of it to be able to make some sort of a conclusion myself, although I do have my suspicions about why it is. She was very close-lipped about the situation. Anyway, though, let's move on to this, because I think it's important for us to sort of have this context as well as this sort of historical framing. This is from 2 years ago, from Global News. The U.S. declares that Myanmar's military has committed genocide against the Rohingya. This is Anthony Blinken.
I don't want reality.
Beyond the Holocaust, the United States has concluded that genocide was committed 7 times. Today marks the 8th, as I have determined that members of the Burmese military committed genocide and crimes against humanity against Rohingya. The attack against Rohingya was widespread and systematic, which is crucial for reaching a determination of crimes against humanity. The evidence also points to a clear intent behind these mass atrocities, the intent to destroy Rohingya in whole or in part. That intent has been corroborated by the accounts of soldiers who took part in the operation and later defected, such as one who said he was told by his commanding officer to, and I quote, shoot at every sight of a person, end quote, burn villages, rape and kill women. Orders that he and his unit carried out. Since the coup, we've seen the Burmese military use many of the same tactics. Only now, the military is targeting anyone it sees as opposing or undermining its repressive rule.
I can't even finish it. Like, I'm gonna puke. But like, the fact is, he's correct. But, and this is not in any way to minimize what happened in Myanmar. None of us should minimize that. That shit is fucking disgusting. The fact is, where is this speech now, today, for what's happening in Palestine? Where's the speech? Like, you know? And the fact is that, you know, the United States isn't worried about the economic impacts from Burma, but they are concerned about them from Israel.
Follow the rich white man.
Okay, now before we move on to Gaza, one other story in the Middle East, and unfortunately it's another fucking Blinken story. This is from 22 hours ago from the AP, where apparently United States Secretary of State Anthony Blinken decided to make a little trip to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia.
Aren't I a good guy?
He recognizes genocide now? No, not now. That was from 2 years ago. I'd point out it was maybe a little bit late, but he at least said it. But yeah, there is a bit of a distinction happening there. Anyway, I don't think there's any actual dialogue or analysis of what's happening here, but to my understanding, the reason that Blinken is in Riyadh right now, speaking with the Saudi Arabians, is in an attempt, supposedly, to help broker a ceasefire deal. A ceasefire deal. Jesus, that's the second time I've combined words today. I actively need a dictionary in front of me, I think. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Let's quickly watch this from Guardian News from about 16 hours ago, where Norway's foreign minister at the World Economic Forum accused the West of double standards on Gaza.
I don't want reality.
We are now living in a time of a deep crisis of the credibility of the institutions that we have. And I think this has been exacerbated by the crisis in Gaza and by the inability by many Western countries, I would argue, not Norway, but many of our colleagues who have hesitated to use the same type of language against violations of international humanitarian law, for instance, that we easily apply when they are violated by Russia in Ukraine. When it comes to Gaza, we have not been able to see the same type of response against it's a different case because, of course, it was the first act was the Hamas attack on Israel, but the way Israel has conducted the war has also been very problematic in light of global norms. And if we don't call out that, it comes back and haunts even the argument on Ukraine.
Yep. Yeah, the hypocrisy is not helping right now. It was interesting to hear somebody from the West right now bringing that up. Although I guess Norway is a newer member to NATO, so they're sort of young and upcoming NATO members, really. Right? Isn't that more recent? When did they join? God damn it. I gotta look something else up. Oh no! What? They were one of the original ones. What am I thinking of? Oh no! I'm thinking of Finland. God damn it! Ah, God damn you, Nordic countries! Why must you all seem so similar? Okay, moving on. This is from Democracy Now! From 13 hours ago, where they have interviewed two individuals. One is a rabbi, the other is an Israeli-born novelist. Both were arrested trying to bring food to Gaza. I thought this was a great story.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israeli police arrested 7 rabbis and Israeli activists Friday at the Gaza border during an action that accused Israel of using starvation as a weapon of war against Palestinians. The delegation of Rabbis for Ceasefire carried bags of food to the Erez crossing between Israel and northern Gaza amidst reports that famine's imminent for more than 1 million Palestinians in Gaza. Among those who were joining the protests was Rabbi Abi Dabush, who is a survivor of the October 7th Hamas attack on Kibbutz Nirim.
I'm really proud of it. Being here in the name of Jewish values, being here in the name of Jewish discourse and the Torah, and talking about human rights for all people here. Of course, I can't forget the Israelis. I was in Kibbutz Nirim on October 7th, and can't forget the hostages. But then again, I can't forget also our people, human beings in Gaza that are.
That is such a great sentiment that I want to listen to that twice.
People here. Of course, I can't forget the Israelis. I was in Kibbutz Nirim on October 7th, and can't forget the hostages. But then again, I can't forget also our people, human beings
Human
in Gaza
beings.
that are starving, got killed by thousands, and have devastating ruins.
For more, we're joined by Rabbi Alyssa Wise.
we need,
She's
like,
now in Philadelphia
another
after
million
her
of him.
release and return to the United States. Founder and organizer with Rabbis for Ceasefire, former co-executive director of Jewish Voice for Peace, where she was also the founding co-chair of JVP's Rabbinical Council. She's now back in Philadelphia. And joining us from Tel Aviv is Ayelet Waldman, the Israeli-American novelist and writer who was arrested alongside Rabbi Wise and 6 others. Her husband, Michael Shaban, is also the noted novelist, the Pulitzer Prize winner, who expressed deep concern about Ayelet's status on Instagram, writing, "She was there in the company of a group of American rabbis, Rabbis for Ceasefire, to show the world, the people of Gaza, and their fellow Jews in Israel and around the world that Judaism teaches justice, loving kindness, peace, mercy, liberation," Shaban wrote. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Why don't we start with Ayelet Waldman, the noted Israeli-American author, novelist in Tel Aviv right now. Ayelet, why did you go to the Eretz Crossing? Explain what it is and what happened.
The Eretz Crossing is the crossing before the latest calamity where you could cross in and out of Gaza, of course, very restricted. Now it is something else entirely. I want to be very clear, we approached the Eretz Crossing as close as we could get, but obviously it's blocked off. Why I went, I think it is incredibly important that those of us who have privilege use that privilege to call attention to this ongoing catastrophe. So I want to be very clear. My husband was worried about me. It's sweet. I had an uncomfortable 9.5 hours. I had a mildly unpleasant 9.5 hours. When a Palestinian here is arrested and goes into one of the many military prisons, their experience is horrible. They can be held without charges. There are children who are held without charges. When an Israeli Jewish activist, they have been arrested over and over again. They put their bodies on the line. They put their reputations on the line in terms of their community. What we experienced was very minor, but I think I can only speak for myself to say that it felt critical to me to use whatever small platform I have to draw attention to this crisis and to say that as a human being, and as a human being born in this country, I have to use my voice to say that this kind of horrific violence, this starving of children, this mass bombing is completely unacceptable.
Exactly. I mean, I couldn't even interrupt her just because she's saying so many true things that kind of need to be said by more people, but it is really good to see people trying right now. I mean, unfortunately, you just need like I said before, you need like another million Israelis just like them out there right now saying no to this, to bring food into Gaza, to force Israel to stop what it's doing. We're also going to listen to this rabbi as well, who was interviewed by Amy.
Talk about why you went there. Israel has said they were opening that border to get aid in.
Yeah. So we came during the holiday of Passover, which is actually ending today and tomorrow. Passover is known as Zman Cherutenu, the season of our freedom. And if that is going to mean anything, it must mean that we work for the freedom of all people. It doesn't work that one people is free and another is captive. And Israel has, as your other guests have highlighted, is enacting a siege on the people of Gaza, where now people are on the verge of death through a policy of forced starvation that is in the wake of decades of an Israeli policy of forced displacement, occupation, apartheid, and Nakba, catastrophe that began in 1948. So for us as rabbis, when we came to think about what are we going to do this Pesach and this Passover, when we know that so many Jews are struggling with what does it mean to sit around a table and celebrate freedom when in our names a forced starvation and a mass murder is taking place. And it felt critical to us that we do literally whatever we possibly could.
I think that's a good place to stop that. And there's plenty more to that interview. There's another, at least another 10 minutes from where we just stopped. We already skipped a little bit of it too, but we must press on. But there's a great little story there from Democracy Now! Really glad that they interviewed those two very rare individuals in Israel, genuinely trying to get food to Palestinians and fight for Palestinians' rights. The fact is, we see plenty of protests in Israel, but most of them are about freeing the hostages specifically, and or against Bibi Netanyahu. But you don't hear a lot of, anti-apartheid speech coming from those people, anti-war speech, anti-genocide speech. It's just not. It's just not what you hear a lot of. I mean, I have heard a small amount, and I'm not gonna say it doesn't exist, but it's just much more sparse than I think we would all like. Where are we at? Okay, now we're gonna move on to protest stuff. Just to get us edged into it, we're gonna start outside of the United States. First in France, specifically Paris, at La Sorbonne Université, students show solidarity with protests for Palestine. And if you're not familiar, the Sorbonne is a very prestigious, in fact, arguably maybe the most prestigious university in France. Could be wrong on that, but pretty sure. A lot of international students go there, and well, a lot of students there are currently protesting what they are seeing happen in Gaza. Rightfully so. Okay, switch. You can see the police are moving in on these people right now. Jesus Christ. Just fucking dragging this kid all over the place. Oh, there were some altercations. Some people were dragged on the ground. Others were simply forced out by being taken by the arms.
En solidarité avec les à Gaza. On avait aussi des revendications.
We also demanded an end to the Sorbonne's partnerships with Israeli companies and universities. As the tents were cleared, the students moved to the streets. Despite being surrounded by police, the protest went on for hours. They rolled out a massive Palestinian flag and called for ceasefire. Okay. Yes, we saw Sciences Po also was protesting as well. Speaking of which, they account for most of the presidents of France since the 40s. That sounds right. That sounds right. Okay, this is from a day ago to a different French-speaking place. This is in Montreal, where a protest at McGill, which I believe is a university in Montreal, has popped up. The first of the Canadian universities to have pro-Palestine encampment. So let's look at this video.
Above all, we are all human, and what is going on in Gaza is inhumane.
It's day 2 here in Montreal of an encampment set up on the grounds of McGill University in support of Palestinians in Gaza. Student protests over...
The French were also an occupied people? Yeah, I suppose. What, by the Germans? Or are you talking about before that? Like during... Like the Britain, like in Normandy?
Israel-Hamas war began popping up on major U.S. campuses last week following the arrest of more than 100 demonstrators at Columbia University in New York. Protesters here in Montreal seen waving Palestinian flags with signs calling for a ceasefire and demanding Montreal universities divest investments from companies the protesters say are advancing Israel's military efforts in Gaza.
This is a solidarity encampment, but it is as well an encampment that is meant to apply economic pressure and media pressure.
The encampments are the first of its kind in Canada so far, and since yesterday, the number of tents has grown. Protests were peaceful, with people bringing in food and water for students.
It's beginning to grow, and we're encouraging the expansion, and we have found a lot of support in community.
That was very French. The expansion.
Montreal police were present near the McGill campus on Saturday, but as of Sunday afternoon, none were visible from what City News observed. Only campus security was on site. Ziad Abisab, a student from Concord.
It kind of looked like this dude is trying to pee. I don't know why I'm making jokes right now. Probably because we have a bunch of this to go through, and it's gonna get much more difficult than this. But not too much more difficult, but slightly, at least. I'm quantifying the word much. Okay. Continue.
University, who spent the night in one of the tents, says police presence isn't necessary.
This horrible culture of bringing police on campus is horrible for students. It's horrible for McGill. It's horrible for the reputation of Montreal. It's horrible for the reputation of education to bring police on campus and to threaten students with arrest.
Students say the protests are indefinite until the universities meet their demands.
Okay, cool. Good place to end that. Now let's move forward to the United States. First, let's look at this somewhat frustrating video from a day ago. This is from NBC Boston. Apparently, MIT's president has called for a shutdown of student encampments.
More on the college protesting right now across the Boston area, with MIT's president calling for the student encampment on campus to be shut down. So this comes after hundreds of student protesters were arrested for demonstrations like this at Northeastern as well as Emerson College. Our Mary Marcos has more from over in Cambridge.
The president of MIT says encampments need to shut down here on campus after hundreds of students were arrested at Northeastern and Emerson for similar demonstrations. NBC 10 Boston brought you live broadcasts for hours Saturday morning as 102 people were arrested at Northeastern, with police breaking up pro-Palestinian encampments there. The university, in their decision, citing anti-Semitic chants to, quote, kill the Jews, something students and faculty deny. They say...
I love how all the cops show up for peaceful protests wearing, you know, bulletproof vests and, like, motorcycle helmets.
Those chants came from counter-protesters holding Israeli flags. A more violent scene unfolded at Emerson College Thursday, where 118 people were arrested for camping out in Boylston Place Alley. The student government has since taken a vote of no confidence in their president. And here at MIT, around 30 students set up more than a dozen tents on the Kresge lawn, putting up signs expressing their support for the Palestinian people, calling on the university to cut their research ties with Israel.
Right, so MIT has ties with Israel for research, and that's what they're looking for to stop. You think it's an intimidation tactic? Yeah, no, clearly. But it's like this sort of heavy-handed sort of bullshit that we don't need on college campuses. Shouldn't exist. Shouldn't be happening at all. Supposed to be a democracy. Okay. Now let's look at Arizona from 2 days ago. I don't know why I didn't start with this one, but whatever. It doesn't matter. This is the timeline of the protest that ended with 72 arrests at Arizona State University.
Good evening. We start tonight with a live view of Old Main at ASU's Tempe campus right now. As you can see, the area is blocked off and completely clear right now from tents and protesters after pro-Palestinian protesters took over this area and refused to leave on Friday. Tonight, we know at least 69 people were arrested early Saturday for trespassing after setting up what the university called unauthorized encampments. Our 12 News cameras were there on the ground rolling as DPS troopers and both ASU and Tempe police tore down that encampment and took protesters into custody. Thanks for joining us tonight on 12 News at 6. I'm William Pitts in for Jonathan McCall. Right now, police are on guard and barricades remain in place, as you saw on ASU's campus following a night of unrest, with pro-Palestinian protesters refusing to leave campus until their demands were met. 12 News journalist Trisha Hendricks breaks down the tense sequence of events that unfolded all the way from Friday morning to the early morning hours today.
At 8:45 Friday morning, pro-Palestinian protesters started gathering in front of ASU's Old Main in Tempe, vowing to stay put, even bringing in pallets of food and water and pitching tents.
Do not speak to the cops. There's a Holocaust currently happening in Palestine, and we're out here trying to bring attention to that.
Protesters demanded a public list of any ASU investments and for ASU to divest itself from any Israeli company. Some protesters also calling for the resignation of ASU President Michael Crow and the abolition of the ASU and Tempe police departments. At 9:09 a.m., this cell phone video shows police arresting one of 3 people charged with criminal trespassing. By 9:13 a.m., police moved in, tearing down tents, saying the lawn is reserved space and tents were not allowed. At 10:15, a few counter-protesters showed up with Israeli flags.
These last 7 months have been extremely aggressive. I have not felt the same safety.
5 minutes later, police demanded protesters leave or get arrested. For hours, the situation remained calm. At 4:23 p.m., protesters were seen linking arms. By 4:43, police were working to separate pro-Palestinian protesters and Israeli protesters. By 10 p.m., the protest was stretching into its 14th hour.
We're not taking down our tents.
Police tried to take the tents down, but protesters responded by putting up even more.
They have also only wanted to negotiate with
I love
only
that.
students.
They just put up even more tents. I love that they had backup tents. That's beautiful.
Government.
At 11:15, officers and DPS troopers arrive in riot gear. At midnight, they begin to clear empty tents and detain protesters. The sweep began after law enforcement declared the protests an unlawful assembly. 12 News capturing video of protesters being walked away with their hands zip-tied behind their back.
Okay. Just figured we would look at that. That's just from 2 days ago. But in my opinion, things are starting to shift. And I'm just going to tell you this. I have the final protest-related video is, like I said, it's got to be one of my favorite ones I've seen so far. Like, it started off a little bit frustrating. For sure. Very frustrating. And then, well, you'll see. You'll see. Let's move on. Do we look at this one? 2. Yeah, we'll just look at this one from ABC.
Pro-Palestinian protests calling for a ceasefire in the Middle
Although I'm
East
pretty sure
and other
this one's
things are
annoying.
continuing this morning on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania. They show no sign of letting up as crowds continue to gather and be vocal on campus over the weekend. The university says it's...
Oh yeah, I remember this one. Okay, anyway, I just figured we'd watch this so that we're aware of just how widespread it is becoming, how many campuses are starting to have protests at them, and just, you know, not just in the United States, but around the world. But the rest of this piece is actually something I just genuinely don't even feel like dealing with right now. Mostly because I think it's a little disingenuous. Could be wrong. Alright, what's next? Okay, nice. Nice. Okay, let's watch this. Well, this first one's not nice. Second one, it's nice. First one, let's look at this. This is from Al Jazeera English. Moving on to Texas here, where a standoff at University of Texas between state troopers and pro-Palestinian protesters really started to escalate. Oh shit, I forgot about this one.
Earlier today, President
Whoopsies.
Shafiq sent out an email announcing the end of negotiations.
Just hit the wrong video, but we're gonna watch this one too. This is at Columbia, where this woman spoke about what their plans and demands are.
Earlier today, President Shafiq sent out an email announcing the end of negotiations and declared explicitly that the university will not divest from Israel. The university has conducted itself with obstinacy and arrogance, refusing to be flexible on some of our most basic points. That said, we were engaging in good faith negotiations until the administration cut them off under threat of suspensions. Where we asked for amnesty, they gave us more discipline. We will not be moved by these intimidation tactics. You can see outside you now that the students are mobilized. There's hundreds of them here today. They will not be moved. We demand...
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
We will not be moved unless by force.
Okay. I just thought that was a great speech. Figured I'd include it before we move on to this Texas situation. Okay, let's look at this first from Al Jazeera, where they kind of showed what happened. They were on campus, and they have footage of the beginning of this protest, or at least part of the beginning of the police, the serious police presence. You'll see in a second.
Go back now to Texas and join Heidi Jo Castro, because the situation seems to have developed a little bit more since we last spoke a few moments ago at the University of Texas. Heidi, what's going on?
That's right, Sohail. So we have this circle of chanters. They're protecting an encampment that was built here in the last hour. Then we have this. This is the new development. We have rows of Texas troopers, also University of Texas police who have just arrived on the scene here in about the last 10 minutes. I just heard the police announcement saying that it is time to disperse, for all of these protesters to leave immediately or risk arrest. And the reason, of course, that they're taking this seriously and that we're watching this situation is it's really a tinderbox. Given what happened here last Wednesday, when a very similar scene occurred, when police officers called by the state governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, along with state troopers, similarly dressed, came.
What was that, like 30? No. Maybe like 50 cops.
And very, people have said in an overwhelming show of force, arrested some 57 people. So I was here.
You notice they all look like they're dressed for war.
After that day happened, and up until, I have to say so, the last hour or so, I was almost going to report to you that it seems that that really had a chilling effect, because we didn't see the encampments here on UT Austin campus like elsewhere. And in fact, just this morning, speaking to those who had organized the original protest, they said, yeah, students were scared, and they were now actually staying off campus to host events.
You can see the procession on the right side.
No one really saw coming that suddenly things would shift so quickly and so dramatically in just the last hour. So again, you're seeing a group of students. Some are graduates of UT Austin. Others are community members in Austin who have come on campus here. They've linked their arms to protect a few tents that were erected in the middle of that circle. This is the exact same area where we saw those arrests with police on horseback in riot gear, injuring some protesters last week. And again, behind me, an ominous sign, according to some of the protesters, because they are expecting a renewed show of force in the moments to come. And talking to them, they said that they are not going to run if they are charged, that they plan on remaining there, calling for the divestment in any weapons manufacturers from the UT endowment and any companies linked to Israel, and in support of Palestinian lives in Gaza.
Okay, real quick, I'm just gonna move us forward a little bit because we got a bunch of stuff to watch about this one. This shit gets... Okay, this is where they start moving in.
No provocation. Hey, professor here. You fucking back. You back. I'm your fucking professor here, and that's fucking push me.
Hold on, I just want to look at something real quick. These kids, these students have the right idea. We just gotta look at this real quick. You see them? They're like they're in a tight ass group. They got the umbrellas and the signs going to create like a barrier between themselves and the police. This is how you do it. This is how you do it right here. All right, sorry.
I'm your fucking professor here, and that's fucking push me.
Wait, did he say that he was the school president? I couldn't quite hear him. Is that what you heard? Hold on, we gotta go back. Is that what he said? He's the school president?
I'm your fucking professor here, and that's fucking push me.
Yeah. Oh shit. Wait, was it press or president? I could not quite hear him, but yeah, you're right. He does have a camera, so that makes more sense, actually.
Lister, are they still taking us live? Yes, they're still taking us live.
Whoa. BCAT just hit Bad Lefty? What just happened? What just happened? BCAT's here? I haven't seen her even. BCAT. Oh god, somebody fix that.
You are watching Al Jazeera, and these are live pictures coming from the University of Texas. We wanted you to actually get a sense of the atmosphere there that Heidi Jo Castro has introduced us to over the...
I love how BCAT just like shows up and then and then bans Bad Lefty. How could you, BCAT? How could you? Oh, maybe, isn't she not feeling well or something? Maybe she's like just like laid on her phone or something. Now everybody's done it. That's right. All of the mods have now unintentionally banned. Is he currently banned right now? Hold on, I gotta check this before we move on. I feel super bad. I feel super bad. BCAT, are you here? BCAT, are you okay? Are you okay, BCAT? View my channel. Wait, no, how do I do this right now? Oh, wait, no, I gotta go to this. He's timed out? He's just timed out? He's not banned? I'm just double checking. Let's make sure he's not banned. It doesn't appear. Yeah, he just timed out. Hopefully not for long. I don't think I can untime out a person once it's been done. I don't know if it's possible. Hopefully it's not for very long. I'm not sure. I don't know. The only option I have is to time Bad Lefty out. That's all I see. And that's not really, that doesn't seem helpful at all. Okay. Alright, moving on. Sorry, Bad. Sorry, pal. Unintentional foul. That's just, you know, it's a casualty of this horrible situation. Okay. Okay, that's enough. 86,000 seconds. It better not be 86,000 seconds. That sounds crazy. No way. Don't tell me it's 86,000 seconds. That's a long ass time. Hey. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to this video. I'm gonna move it forward slightly.
Expressing their views about freeing Palestine and they're in solidarity with the people of Gaza. The strategy is unsure about what the state troopers and the local police are going to do next. They moved at least about 100 yards from where they were, closer to the students. And we, I think, are just really watching a standoff at the moment.
Hey, so this is Heidi. I'm so sorry. I cannot hear what you're saying, but I'm going to tell you what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is what appears to be an impending clash between Texas State Police, who, as you see, are now arriving more and more. Now they're surrounding this small encampment that is being guarded by student protesters, alumni, and community members who link their arms. And you're seeing more and more of the police response arriving.
Okay, now we're going to switch to a different feed. Not Al Jazeera, but this is from, who is this? Again, I forget. Okay, this is from Fox, Dallas, from 5 hours ago. Okay, now I am gonna push us forward a little bit, actually quite a bit, like hours later. This is like 2.5 hours later. Things come to a head, if you will. Whoa. What is happening? Just gonna get us forward a little bit. Yeah, as you can see, got more military style police here running in this direction. What is going on? Oh fuck, what just happened? I tried to pause it and I just skipped all the way back. Son of a bitch. What's happening? Why did BCat just do that to Schmegley? I just tried texting her on Discord. She's not even online right now. I might have to take away BCat's mod privileges. She must have fallen asleep with her phone in, like, bed or something. It's a disaster. Do I do it? Do I think it's going to happen again? It's happened 3 times now. It makes me think, yes, it will happen again. So, hold on a second, chat. I'm just going to fix this so it doesn't happen again. I'll give BCat her moderator privileges back. I just don't want to see something bad happen. Whoopsies, don't do that. No, of course it's not on purpose. It's ridiculous. I'm just trying to weigh it right now as to how annoying it's going to be for me to take it away and give it back, versus how annoying it's going to be for me to try and unhide all of your messages. And I think I've decided. Oh, this makes me sad. You think her cat's playing with a laptop? That's a funny thought. Could totally be. Could totally be true. I wouldn't be shocked to hear that. Oh. Stupid cat. Okay. There. Got fucking SEAL Team 6 over here going in to stop the peaceful protest. You can see over here to the right, there's two protesters who've been arrested and are being taken away by like 2 officers each. That was loud as fuck. Sounds like a flashbang. Oh, well, we heard those few bangs go off after SEAL Team 6 went in. Now they're back.
Well, they're already gone. I mean, they are gone? Yeah, those cops, the van and stuff's already gone.
Oh, I think it's about to happen. Oh, I think it's about to happen.
They're coming back, see? No.
No, ABC.
ABC?
Yeah.
Okay. Anthony, Fox 7 Austin.
Oh, okay, hi, I haven't met you yet. Oh, wait, you guys are live streaming, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's how I saw that this was going on.
Yeah. Come through here. Oh, you go. Oh, you're fine.
Yeah, I told you they're coming back.
I know.
No, I said that a few minutes ago.
How many freaking like military geared dudes is that? It's like at least 24. Yeah, at least. Oh God.
Are they arresting him? Oh my God.
We need medics for pepper spray over there.
As you can see, there's something of an exodus happening here. We'll see why shortly. This is how you do it, folks. You just need the numbers. And the heart. This is so beautiful. Free speech. Here it is. Chanting off our campus. So beautiful.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
The bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
You can see they try and go down there. They try and make a line to stop them from pushing them any further. But they're outnumbered right now, like 50 to 1. Not 50, but a lot. I just love this. I mean, like, it's amazing. This is a phrase I don't use a lot, but Texas doing it right. Fuck you, fascists. They're saying fascists.
Oh my god.
The camera woman just realized that maybe the police are about to bounce.
Now I need a fucking blare about it. I heard it the first time.
This shit is insanely loud in my headphone. Whoa, why'd you just pause? What just happened? Son of a... Hold on, chat. Technical difficulty. Oopsie. I think this is where we were. God damn it. This is the second time I've clicked off of this video. Three-hour straight seems like smooth sailing compared to the other night. Yeah, that's because I fixed the settings on OBS after having installed the update to it. I realized that it wasn't utilizing my graphics to do computations, which was really slowing down the stream. What's this guy complaining about? I can't hear what he's saying. Hey, good for Gabby. Good to see you. Why so many cats in boxes?
Excuse me, ma'am. Right behind you.
I'm finna sit up right here. I'm just looking for some.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Who you looking for?
My reporter.
Grace?
No, she with somebody else. I'm looking for Jayla.
Jada?
Jayla.
Jayla? Oh, I just saw her.
Yeah, she on her way back here.
Oh, she is? Okay. You're good then. Thank you. Where's Toddy? Get Toddy out here.
At home, I think.
Oh my God. I'm gonna
trying to
text.
be right here.
Okay, thank you for that.
If I swap out batteries, it won't matter because it's too hot to charge.
Okay.
Watch the screen.
Hey, BB, I see you. Oh my God, why are we getting a bumper of a Tesla right now? What's happening? What's happening? I'm having a stroke. Why are we talking about honeypots in chat? Oh, we're discussing. Oh, now it's all making sense. Thank you. so briefly. See, they're still using the umbrellas. I've been doing it the whole time. I've been saying that it's a great tactic. We took it from the Hong Kong protests in, what was it, 2014 or something like that? Yes, it was.
Now we're going up. I'm going to put my guy up top. Put my guy up top. Pulling my guy out and up top. Right here.
These folks have no idea what to do. It's like Vendetta campus. Oh my god, these guys are just running away. Anyway. That's The rest of this thing is just a victory lap. They just go around and the police essentially leave. They just leave. Okay, but my browser is acting fucked. Pause, please. There we go. Wow. She was acting fucked up. Why is From the River to the Sea not anti-Semitic? Because it's just a description of geography. It's also something that's been said by Israelis as well, and not just Israelis, but Israeli like government officials in describing their own aspirations. And it's just saying that Palestinians should be free within the border of the country of Israel and or Palestine, whatever whatever it is right now. It's just the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, right? It's Mediterranean, right? Am I losing my mind? Pretty sure. I'm almost positive. I'm like 98% positive on that. Anyway, there's more to do, but that was just such an inspirational thing. And I just wanted to share it with you guys. I happened to watch it live because I was looking for this. I don't think it's the Red Sea. The Red Sea is to the south, right? Am I fucking losing my mind? No, it's the Mediterranean Sea. Oh my god. Oh my god. I was like genuinely questioning everything I ever believed. What did you say? Wait, what? Wait, what did you say, Gabby? You said, but they just really suck? I'm missing it. Oh, that's what you say. I see. I see what happened. That's a response to my response to your question regarding the person. Okay, I get it. Well, look, thinking is difficult.
I don't want reality.
Okay, that's it for the protests, but we still have to talk about Gaza itself. So we got like 5 or 6 videos relating to Israel and or Gaza. I gotta say, the last couple of videos, I've been edging you on multiple things. And you know, I gotta start using titles too. But I don't know if you've heard this yet, but this was interesting to me, and you're gonna see. Well, I can't tell you what it is yet. It's 6 videos. 1, 2, 3. It's like 5 videos away, so you're gonna have to stay tuned to know what I'm talking about. But this, let's start off with something depressing.
It's a great day for being sad.
This is from BBC News from a day ago. BBC exclusive. U.S. doctors shocking video from frontline hospital in Gaza.
The UN has warned of looming famine in northern Gaza, where it says 70% of the population is facing catastrophic hunger. Tonight, Israel's military has said aid deliveries will be scaled up in the coming days and that the issue is a top priority. It comes after 7 months of war in which more than 34,000 people in Gaza have been killed, according to the Hamas-run Health Authority. The conflict began after Hamas attacked Israel on October the 7th, killing about 1,200 people and taking 253 people hostage. The UN's human rights...
I forgot. They do a bunch of exposition that I don't think anybody in this chat needs for this. Let's wait until we get to this guy's interview. I think it starts around here.
In Gaza, his skills and mental strength will be tested to their limits.
Immediately upon crossing the border, we were met with the familiar stench of just millions of people packed on top of each other, living together. In some pockets, the air you breathe, you feel like you're decaying just breathing it because there are just so many people.
The crisis is constant. Lives in the balance. The wounded and the lost. The mother who will not leave the side of her dead boy.
You have no CT scans? No CT scans. So you just watch them and hope for the best?
Rami with shrapnel in his brain, but no equipment to properly investigate the damage.
Are you okay? Long day.
It is the great paradox.
What's the question? What do we say to people who insist Biden has no control over the issue? I think it's obvious. We'd say you're living in an alternate reality, son. Biden has approved over 100 different aid shipments directly to Israel. And he could do not that to start off.
Of all war, that in the midst of slaughter, so many will risk their lives for humanity. The doctor whose daughter was killed comforts Rami's mother. But Samatar must now travel north, where the UN human rights chief alleges Israel may be using starvation as a weapon of war. Israel rejects this, saying UN figures are wrong and blames delays in distribution on the UN and aid agencies. In Kamal Adwan Hospital, the desolation caused by hunger.
I love how BBC is really... Oh, they just love framing this stuff fucked up. Anyway, all I really wanted was that short interview with that guy. I think that's honestly all that they talked to him about. Anyway, although there is some more footage in this that is actually really difficult, but we're not going to watch it. If you want to, it's on BBC. But it's really tough. Literally children that look so emaciated that I am genuinely shocked that they're alive. I just don't think we need. We know what's going on. We don't need to look directly at it right now. We're already dealing with a lot. God, you know what? I'll be right back. I have to use the little boys' room, little space boys' room. Be right back, chat. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the delay. That was just super necessary. Okay, what's next? Okay. Now let's look at this from Guardian News from 7 hours ago. Are you leaving, Gabby? I hope you're not leaving, because we have good news at the end of the stream. We have actual good news. Maybe. Kind of. Anyway, either way, if you need rest, I wouldn't blame you. Okay, this is from Guardian News from 7 hours ago. At least 30 dead as strikes across Gaza continue amid renewed momentum in ceasefire talks. What a paradoxical title. Plumes of smoke could be seen rising above Rafah as Israel continued its bombardment of Gaza. At least 30 people were killed in Rafah as Israel carried out airstrikes targeting at least 3 buildings. People were seen sifting through the rubble, hit by the strikes. An Israeli military spokesperson claimed, what? Wait, what did he claim? I couldn't read that fast enough. Sorry, what was this? Claimed fighter jets had struck terror targets. These look like houses with children in them. You took her from under the rubble. Thank God. She is 2 months old. Was she holding a rocket, or was she standing near tanks? We were sitting in our homes when the house was hit. Everyone was sleeping in their bed. Displaced and those who were not displaced. People gathered to carry the white shrouds to the burial. More than 1 million people remain displaced in Gaza, housed in makeshift tents through the strip. Aid organizations have warned that Gaza is weeks away from possible famine. The strikes come amid momentum in talks to establish a ceasefire. Alright, I'm going to spare you. Listen to James Cameron. Alright, and we're going to watch a snippet, a very short snippet of this next CNN video here from 12 hours ago, where apparently, according to Anthony Blinken, Hamas has offered an extraordinarily generous ceasefire proposal. Extraordinarily generous is in quotes. But we're definitely not watching this whole fucking video. No way. No chance, CNN. Okay, this seems like a good enough spot to start it.
Generous proposal, and he called on Hamas.
Not quite.
This proposal. Listen, as you said, the Secretary of State very clearly this morning saying that in the U.S. opinion, what has been put on the table by Israel for Hamas is an extraordinarily, quote, generous proposal. And he called on Hamas to accept that deal. He also said that they have to accept it quickly. And our reporting is that some of the demands that Israel had been making has been lessened. And so it appears that this could be a proposal that Hamas could accept. And the reason for him saying that Hamas has to act quickly is because the backdrop here is that Israel has been saying for some time they plan to invade Rafah.
I'm just realizing that listening to this at 2x today may have put me in a bad position. I thought that he was suggesting that Hamas had offered a very generous deal, but in fact he's suggesting that Israel has offered a very generous deal. Well, that's very interesting.
And U.S. officials are very eyes wide open about the fact that they are likely to go ahead with that invasion if there isn't an agreement here for a ceasefire and for hostages to be released. So
yeah, supposedly some of the details of this deal have been lessened to some degree. I don't know the actual numbers for it, but we'll see what happens. I do hope there's a ceasefire, lasting and serious one. Okay, let's move on. Okay, this is from Democracy Now! From 13 hours ago, where the Gaza Freedom Flotilla activists have come onto the show and spoken to Amy.
As the official death toll in Gaza nears 35,000. Ceasefire talks are continuing this week with Hamas officials in Cairo, Egypt, and U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Saudi Arabia before he heads to Jordan and Israel. Meanwhile, Israel's military's chief of staff has approved the continuation of war, and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has refused to call off the expected ground invasion of Rafah. This comes as the International Criminal Court could reportedly issue arrest warrants for senior Israeli officials, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, over the war on Gaza and for Israel's blocking of humanitarian aid. Israel's also targeted humanitarian workers in deadly attacks. Hundreds of aid workers have been killed by Israel since October 7th, including 7 members of the international organization World Central Kitchen, which is resuming food distribution in Gaza today, nearly 4 weeks after its convoy came under attack. Amidst the
Okay, so I don't know if you heard all of that. I'm going to ignore the first detail completely and hope that you didn't hear it, because Amy is spoilering my final videos. But World Central Kitchen is coming back and has started aid again in Gaza, which is huge, especially after what happened, you know? Like an aid convoy, if you recall, was bombed by the IDF. What was it, a month ago? And yet they're back.
Humanitarian disaster in Gaza. Hundreds of activists aboard the Freedom Flotilla were blocked in Turkey Saturday as they attempted to set sail for the besieged Palestinian territory. Organizers say Guinea-Bissau withdrew its flagships under pressure from Israel, but vowed to overcome this latest challenge. A group of UN experts called for safe passage of the vessels, writing, quote, "The flotilla is a material manifestation of international support for the ongoing Palestinian struggle for freedom and self-determination, and the internationally recognized right to receive humanitarian aid without interference or hindrance. Support for the Palestinian people's human rights is acute under the current conditions of genocide, domicide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity," they said. For more, we're joined in Istanbul by Huwaida Araf, Palestinian-American human rights attorney, organizer with the Gaza Freedom Flotilla. She was also part of the 2010 Gaza Freedom Flotilla, which Israel attacked, killing 10 activists on the Mavi Marmara. Welcome to Democracy Now! Again, Huwaida. If you can talk about what this Freedom Flotilla is and the obstacles it has faced leaving Turkey.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Amy. The Freedom Flotilla is a continuation of the effort of the Freedom Flotilla Coalition to confront and challenge and indeed break Israel's unlawful siege on Gaza. It has been in place since 2007. It is a form of collective punishment, which is not only unlawful, it is a war crime, and yet our governments have not been doing anything about it. And in fact, the very fact that for decades, our governments have been allowing Israel impunity is what has brought us to this point where Israel for 7 months can commit live stream genocide, and the world doesn't move. The world, meaning our governments, of course, people are mobilizing, but we're not stopping it because Israel is so used to this.
Yeah. It's been honestly a long road, it seems like, in terms of watching the sentiment change, right? Because you know, I am. It's not even ubiquitous among the entire world yet, right? It's just it's become much more public. A lot more people are starting to wake up at this point, which is really good to see. However, I think we still got a long way to go. You know, I've seen a lot of these counter protests out there. I've seen a lot of I don't know how many interviews I've seen of people who are Israeli spokespeople or just, you know, pro-Israel, and coming out and saying ridiculous and egregious things over and over again in defense of what's been happening. And you know, it is really frustrating that Turkey would choose to stop this from happening. I'm not sure. I don't really understand why. Turkey's part of, well, I mean, they are part of NATO, and but how many? No, a bunch of NATO countries have, all of them. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them have been kind of involved in this to some degree. Very frustrating.
We come together, the Freedom Flotilla Coalition, and announce that we are going to sail an emergency flotilla in light of the dire situation in Gaza, which includes mass starvation and now famine that has set in. Again, war crimes, but our governments aren't doing anything about it. What do? Pay lip service to Palestinian human rights, airdrop food, or talk about a maritime corridor which leaves Israel in control of what, if any, aid at all gets to a people trying to survive a genocide. It's absolutely obnoxious. And one of the things that the UN Special Rapporteurs that you mentioned in their statement said that our Freedom Flotilla is legitimately challenging Israel's control over the entry of aid, which no government is doing. And that's what needs to be done. How can we be in a state where a country that has been found to be plausibly committing a genocide by the World Court is allowed to control what, if any, aid gets to a people trying to survive a genocide? It is unconscionable. And so we have come together. We are now, and have been, in Istanbul,
100%.
Turkey. We have ships ready to go. We have one cargo ship loaded with over 5,000 tons of humanitarian aid, largely food, clean water, medicines, baby formula, nutrition for children, diapers. That was all ready to go. Hundreds of activists from 40 countries.
How is any of that a problem? Anybody explain this to me? And did I hear food and diapers and baby formula? Jesus Christ. It's the most basic stuff.
We're here knowing that Israel has killed activists before in such a mission, and yet still willing to risk it to do what no government has done. And yet, instead of our governments supporting our efforts, they have conspired to actually block us. And so what happened on Friday is we received a surprise communique from the Guinea-Bissau International Ship Registry saying that they have withdrawn their flag from 2 of our ships, the cargo ship and the main passenger vessel. Now, we cannot sail without a flag. It was clear to us that the withdrawal of this flag was under pressure, likely from the United States and Israel, because the way that they communicated to us was highly unusual, if not unprecedented. In their communication to us, they specifically referenced our trip to Gaza, and they had demanded from us a number of things which were impossible to meet in the 2-hour time frame that they gave us, which some of those things included a complete manifesto of our cargo, all of the ports we were going to sail in, a letter from the receiving port where we were going to arrive saying that our arrival and carry of humanitarian aid is welcome. They gave us a 2-hour window. This is never done. It's like when you go to register your car, you know, at the DMV. They don't ask you everywhere you're going and who is going to be in your car. I don't know of a situation where
I just loved that analogy she used. I wanted to get to at least there, because I mean that's a brilliant and very you know, apt comparison to what's happening here. Because actually I thought it was technically Turkey, but it sounds like it's Guinea-Bissau who actually made the call and took their flag from them, essentially taking away their what do you call it? It's like maritime law.
Come on!
I can't think of what it's called. What is important for ships? Guinea-Bissau is this tiny fucking country on the west coast of Africa with like, I mean, its GDP is like $1 billion a year. Hopefully they can get what they need. I watched this whole thing. From what I could tell, they don't yet have what they need, but they are trying. Okay, we got a couple more here. This is from ABC News from 16 hours ago. Or according to them, top Israeli officials are reportedly concerned that they could face arrest warrants from the ICC.
This morning, top Israeli officials reportedly believe they could face arrest warrants from the International Criminal Court in the near future, possibly this week. They include Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's defense minister. According to the New York Times, the Israeli officials could potentially be accused of preventing the delivery of humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip and pursuing an excessively harsh response to the Hamas-led October 7th attack.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, it makes me so happy. Just hearing this sentence, you know, it's all it took to make me feel slightly better. Now, is it a guarantee that something is going to happen? No, but just thinking about it is really cathartic right now.
On Israel, Netanyahu has defended his government's response.
Put yourself in Israel's shoes.
I'll try.
We were attacked, unprovoked attack, murderous attack on October 7th, the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust. I think we've responded in a way that goes after the terrorists and tries to minimize the civilian population in which the terrorists embed themselves and use them as human shields.
Experts say the potential for an arrest warrant does not mean an arrest or a trial in The Hague is imminent. It comes as negotiators meet today in Cairo to discuss a potential ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. The Wall Street Journal reports the potential deal includes around 20 hostages being released in return for Israel releasing an estimated 500 Palestinian prisoners and allowing 300,000 people to return to northern Gaza.
Oh, there's the new deal. 20 hostages, 500 Palestinian prisoners, and 300,000 people get to return to North Gaza. Look at that. There's our deal right in front of us. Thank you. The ABC doing kind of news today. Wait, is this ABC or CBS? I want to give credit to the right person. Yeah, it's ABC. Good job. Kinda. For once.
Israel's foreign minister has said Israel would delay its offensive in Rafah in southern Gaza in exchange for a hostage deal. Hamas released another video of an American-Israeli hostage over the weekend. Keith Siegel is seen breaking down.
That dude looks really skinny. And just to make sure that we all heard her, this is an American hostage who's been in captivity for 6.5 months now.
Tears in the video. Days earlier, Hamas released video of 23-year-old Hirsch Goldberg Polin.
I do think that these two videos are a signal from Hamas that they are ready to make a deal and a reminder that there are American citizens being held, including Keith.
Here in the U.S.,
Exactly, and yet we've been giving Israel more bombs. Meanwhile, Israel's been saying they're underground, then they've been bombing that same ground with missiles given to them by America to attack, not all, but some American hostages. You hope I do what? What are you hoping for? I don't see Mo and Ope talking. Oh, there. Wait, no. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's one more of these. Let's look at this from Al Jazeera from 10 hours ago. What would ICC arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu mean for Israel?
All eyes are on the International Criminal Court. It's investigating Israel's actions in Gaza and the West Bank. And Israeli officials fear it's preparing to issue arrest warrants against the Prime Minister and other senior figures. So what would legal action mean for the country and its leaders? This is Inside Story. Hello there and welcome to the programme. I'm Nick Clark. So, Israel's Prime Minister says nobody will stop its military actions, not even the International Criminal Court. The ICC is investigating the country's operations in Gaza and the occupied West Bank and could issue warrants for the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders. He says such a move would be outrageous and set a dangerous precedent. And the Foreign Minister insists the country will not be deterred and will continue to fight. The court's prosecutor says anybody who breaks the law will be held accountable. But Israel is not part of the ICC and does not recognize its jurisdiction. Yet any warrants it issues could put its officials at risk of being arrested in other countries. So what does this mean for Netanyahu and his country? We'll put that to our guest.
I mean, it would essentially mean that they would be forced to, only fly directly to countries who don't recognize the ICC, which are basically just the United States, and then, I don't know, I'm trying to think of who else doesn't. That Israel would actually want, Israelis, officials would want to actually go to. I'm trying to think of... Okay, what am I doing? Oh, yeah.
But first, this report from Imogen Kimber.
Israeli officials fear the International Criminal Court may issue arrest warrants for senior members of government, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may be on the list. Charges could be over alleged war crimes committed during Israel's ongoing war on Gaza. Emergency meetings have reportedly been held by the Prime Minister's office.
Under my leadership, Israel will never accept any attempt by the ICC to undermine its inherent right of self-defense. While the ICC will not affect Israel's actions, it would set a dangerous precedent that threatens the soldiers and officials of all democracies fighting savage terrorism and wanton aggression.
He did say it. I was listening to this really fast earlier, as I usually do, but I could have sworn he said wanton aggression instead of wanton, which are clearly two different words.
Phrasing. ICC is the only permanent international court that can prosecute individuals for crimes against humanity, including genocide. Palestine was admitted in 2015, but Israel is not a member and does not recognise its jurisdiction. However, many Israelis are looking to the court in The Hague for justice over the Israelis who were taken captive on October the 7th by Hamas.
Perpetrators should be held criminally accountable for the atrocity they committed. We trust that the ICC has the capacity to bring about justice for the hostages and their families. The visit of the prosecutor to Israel has reinforced our belief in the integrity and professionalism of the court.
International Criminal Court prosecutor Karim Khan says the attacks on October the 7th come under the court's jurisdiction and are part of his investigation into crimes allegedly committed in Gaza.
Laws of war must be respected. They can't be rendered hollow. They can't be interpreted so as to void them of meaning or to dilute or eviscerate any protective purpose that the Geneva Conventions and the law provides the most vulnerable children, women, people that are sick, or civilians. They must be interpreted with full protection.
The prosecutor has expressed deep concern over Israeli incursions and its bombing of Rafah, where around 1.5 million people are sheltering. Possible charges could include acts regarded as collective punishment, including the deliberate starvation of Palestinians in Gaza and the withholding of aid. Israel has faced numerous accusations of crimes against humanity by international lawyers and UN representatives. The state is...
Now, I'm not saying that somehow this solves everything, right? It hasn't even happened yet, first off. But it's just, I feel like it's one of many important steps that needs to happen here. If justice is to happen at all in this situation.
Also facing a case of genocide in the International Court of Justice brought by South Africa. For Netanyahu, an arrest warrant may not be of immediate concern, but it could impact his position internationally.
There's only one thing better.
Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
So then, plenty to take on. Let's bring in our panel of guests. From Tel Aviv, Gideon Levy is a columnist with Haaretz newspaper. In Canterbury, in the United Kingdom, Jeffrey Nice is a barrister and a human rights lawyer. And in Gothenburg, Stephen Zunas is a professor of politics at the University of San Francisco. Gents, a very warm welcome to all of you. The ICC, by its own definition, investigates, where warranted, and tries individuals charged with the gravest crimes of concern to the international community. You know the workings of the ICC very well, Jeffrey Nice. We might well expect then that the ICC would be looking into potential crimes from both Israel and Hamas, given everything that has gone on since October the 7th.
Absolutely, it should look at it. I'm glad it has.
Hold on. His interview is... It's fine, it's totally fine. I'm just, we're already 4 hours in. So I'm just going to move over to Gideon Levy. Very different people.
It's the pulse of what's happening. The fact that Benjamin Netanyahu has come out and spoken about this, Gideon, what does that say and what does it demonstrate? Is he worried?
Netanyahu is worried, and I must be frank with you, there are moments in which I'm hopeful. Netanyahu is very worried, and not only Netanyahu. This was the moment that all the Israeli elite, which is involved in the occupation, in the war in Gaza, was afraid of. Because finally everyone cares about himself before anything else, unfortunately so. And it might make their lives quite complicated when they will not be able to travel. And even the fact that you are wanted makes the whole game a new game.
Yeah.
It's not anymore the condemnations of the EU or the resolutions of the UN General.
I think that the framing of, like, just the narrative is benefited by this, right? Where if these arrest warrants are issued by the ICC, you can say, hey, Benjamin Netanyahu, what's the other one? There's a bunch of them, right? But whomever it might be, you can say, hey, these guys have a international warrant out for genocide, and they can't even go into this country because of it. If they do, they're going to go to The Hague. You know, I think it's pretty. I know it's rhetorical, but it's. I think a lot of what we do, at least, you know, like on the stream and in the media, is rhetorical, right? But you know, I think it's important to move things in a certain direction, right? like once again, like I totally get the skepticism about it.
Assembly. Now it's about declaring Israel as a place where international law crimes are being committed and criminals are being wanted. This is going to change the whole game.
When you say there are members of the administration, not only Benjamin Netanyahu, who are you talking about? And tell us, let's explore more why they would be so afraid, as you put it.
Look, it accompanies us for many years now. There were even moments in which, a few cases in which a minister didn't get off the airplane in London and other general cancelled his visit somewhere in Europe because there were some kind of rumors, because it might happen in a surprise way. You are not necessarily expecting it when you land in a European country and all of a sudden you find yourself in jail. I don't see it happening so quickly, but even this atmosphere of feeling guilty and wanted is very productive. I want to say, Nick, one more sentence.
Mm-hmm.
It's very clear, to me at least, that in the war of Gaza, many crimes were committed. It's very clear, to me at least, that nobody in Israel is going to investigate those crimes and for sure not to bring to justice those who are responsible and accountable on those crimes. This leaves the situation in an impossible way in which nobody will be taken accountable unless some kind of international institutions will get into the picture. And therefore, I said before, quite in an embarrassed way, that I am also hopeful, because I think that those who are accountable for those crimes should be brought to justice.
Okay.
Unless some kind of international institutions will get into the picture. And therefore, I said before.
Whoa. Why are you doing this to me?
So this bee flew into my place from next door, right? And stung me. Oh. So I saw him fly back in next door, right? And I was about to chase him in and, you know, swat him. But then I thought, hold on a second now, that place is a shithole. Like, you know, that family are really uncivilized. You wouldn't know what you'd catch. So I was left with no choice, really.
Oh.
Go on.
My browser
I had to
just
burn the house
froze.
down.
What?
What the fuck?
Yeah, just kind of torched the place.
With the occupants inside?
Did you hear what I said? I was stung. Stung like no one's ever been stung before. You remember who the victim here is.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
Besides, the people I torched to death, they were actually being used by the bee as human shields.
Some might say it's a disproportionate use of force.
No, it's actually fine, because I gave them a warning.
How so?
Just before I set the place on fire, I shouted inside, "Everyone, get upstairs! The bee's in the kitchen!" It's not my fault the bee moved. Don't look at me, blame the bee.
Any regrets?
Just one, actually. When the house was ablaze, one of the kids in the family, I think it was a little girl, just jumped out the bedroom window and broke both her legs. And I just walked over to her and just very, very gently lay by her side and whispered in her ear, "Do you condemn the bee?"
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I'm sorry, but my browser died during the middle of that, but I think it was almost just as good, even without the video. At least for me. I'm sorry for that. I didn't want to, once I had started it, I didn't want to stop it. Looks like some people in chat are aware of who that is. I know you couldn't see the video. It's because my browsers decided to be a butthole to me. Well, it's absolutely fantastic having all of you folks here with me. Without you, it would just be me shouting into the void, pointlessly. Well, that's it for me, Streamlord. Remember to tell all your friends. The Galactic Streamlord is on the case. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are all of your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Robot Cat, Pitchforks Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Vincent Morales, Don James X. These individuals made all the right decisions in life, leading them to here and now, supporting what happens in space. Remember that. You too can access fabulous space benefits. Go into this link in chat.
I said, this is a great game. For being said.